be the Indian Tigers taking on the Pakistani Sultans as ACL under-19 continues. It's going to be a game to remember for a long time for rekindle the rivalries between these two teams. It's time for the toss as the two captains have arrived in the middle. Manroop Singh will skipper the Indian Tigers. Alongside him is the Pakistani Sultan skipper Rayan Farooq. Let me introduce you to the party we have at the toss itself. Mr. Rajdeep Lali, President of Punjabi Welfare Association Sunshine Coast, is here with us. Thank you so much for being here. And towards his left, it's none other than Harry, the President of ACL, who will give the coin a flip in just a moment. To oversee the toss, we have Ian and Steve, our match officials. The coin will go up now. Tails is the call. Steve, what is? And tails is. Rayan, you won the toss. You decided to do, Rayan?
First.
Any reason behind bowling first?
The Indian team bowled first yesterday. They haven't been really batting first, so it'll be a new surprise for them. I reckon we'll bowl for them. So yeah.
Do you have any changes in the side today?
Just
When it's not the word Pakistan wearing green, a proud feeling indeed. Doesn't really matter what level.
yeah, versus India is a pretty big deal. It's gonna be a fun game.
Any changes in the side? You said absolutely no, but what about the number? You want to
I reckon 140, 150 would be good. We got 150 yesterday, but I reckon it was enough, but just our fielding cost us, so just got to field well. I reckon we'll win.
And
thank you.
Manroop, सिक्का अगर आपके पक्ष में गिरता तो आप क्या करते?
We want to do bat first on this track, want to put some runs on the board so that opponent will come under pressure, and yeah, look like a good surface, we'll do bat first.
Team's looking good, the combination is looking good. Any changes otherwise?
No changes, we are having a same 11, going with them.
Finally, what's your message to the boys before this big encounter?
No message, they all know their duties, what they have role in their team, so they will do their role and we will win this, try to win this game, and yeah, we will win it.
Have a great game, Manroop.
Thank you.
So the news from the centre, Pakistani Sultans have won the toss and they've decided to field first.
Tails is the call. Steve, what is?
It's the Pakistani Sultans taking on the Indian Tigers, and we will begin the context with the natural and the patriotic feeling, of course. It's always fun when you see the national anthem, people singing like this, and not just that, it's also great when you see that these men are going to wear the colors of as they watch and play this game. We'll start with the Pakistani national anthem first up. Thank you, and up next, we have the Indian national anthem.
इंडिया वाले दिखाएं अपने एसीएल वाले एसीएल एसीएल एसीएल
Thank you. Wishing both the teams all the very best for a magnificent game of cricket ahead.
फाइनल में देंगे कना मिंट्री अभी जाने दो
Clash, and what better than boys of impressionable age who want to knock higher doors of cricket, wear their favorite color that the nation represents. Set for India.
Welcome back to Noosa, starting to get a little bit dark. It's the Pakistani Sultans and the Indian Tigers after Australia's demolition job, the Kangaroos of the Sri Lankan Lions, to put them out of the tournament, where they had to chase down 111 in 80 balls. They did it and did it comfortably with 17 balls to spare for the loss of just one wicket after an outstanding bowling and fielding performance. Pretty simple equation, although it's easier said than done. Don't have to rely on anything. The Pakistani Sultans just need to beat the Indian Tigers. They've won the toss. They've elected to bowl against a very strong Indian team who are undefeated. My name is Dan Lonigan, my co-commentator, an outstanding grade cricketer in Brisbane for a long time, now respected commentator, certainly with the 100 game organised by Ian Healy in the grade competition in Brisbane, and a great mate of Ian Healy's, and a North Brisbane Cricket Club legend, Grant O'Hara.
You're too kind, Dad. I do. I could have written that myself. I couldn't have written it any better. Thanks very much, Dan. How good is this? This is one of the great rivalries in sport, isn't it?
It is.
It's one of the great rivalries, full stop.
It is.
India versus Pakistan. And to be able to do this in Australia, 2 hours north of Brisbane in a beautiful place called Noosa, Tawantin Noosa, under these conditions, this is just a fantastic concept. And as you said, it's pretty easy, pretty straightforward. If Pakistan win, they go through.
They absolutely do, and they've been pretty good. They didn't battle that well in the first game, but kept Australia to 98 in the dewy conditions on day one and won by 11 runs, and I thought batted really well yesterday, but Sri Lanka got home with 3 balls to spare. The Indians, they've been clinical, made 162 and easily defended that against Sri Lanka. And then yesterday, after Australia batted pretty well to make 152, they got the runs with 1 over to spare. Manroop Singh is probably their key player, took 2 wickets in the opening over yesterday against the Australians, and then when they needed to put the icing on the cake, made 21 of 7 deliveries. Big hitter. He's a lovely young man, a future leader. There's big raps on him. It's early in his cricket career, but he is very well thought of in the north part of India, where he has plied his trade from a young age. They've got an excellent opening bat. Looking forward to seeing him go. He was gnawed off 15 balls yesterday, Grant. Ended up being unbeaten with 70 off 59. It was an unbelievable innings. We were critical early, and then all of a sudden he just got going and played beautifully. Dilraj Singh. So he's a key for them. Manraj Kalon is a good bowler and batter. Ashdeep Singh made a wonderful 36 off 22 balls in partnership with Dilraj Singh, the wicket-keeper. Harsha Roar is a good spin bowler as well, and Pratham Pal Singh's a lovely left-arm orthodox spinner. And as you know, in cricket, having been involved in the game for a long time, the left-arm orthodox spinners are great containing bowlers.
I went to a function last night for T20 auction, and the teams were really looking for those wrist spinners.
Yep.
You know, they wanted at least 3 slow. So isn't that great how the young spinners now have a real part to play in this limited over format?
Correct. Well, it is wonderful. I mean, he's a left-arm orthodox. They've got a couple of leggies as well. These 9 bowlers last night, so they were giving them all sort of a go just in case they're needed if the final's going against them. But he's a very calm man. He's the young man in the white turban, Manroop Singh. He'll bat in the middle order. He may come in earlier depending what's required, but they'll be looking to get off to a good start, the Indians, and their batting generally has been pretty good in the top order. This young man here with the towel on the back of his pants, and you'd expect it to be used because it will get dewy pretty quickly. Young Rafe, Abdul Rafe from Melbourne, plays for the Footscray Edgewater Premier Cricket Club in the 2nd Division. Very good bowler, took 5 for 14 to dismantle Australia the other night. And next to him is the captain. He follows Collingwood in the AFL, but we won't hold that against him. Rayan Farouk, who's a good leg spinner and a good opening bat as well. And they had another young man who made 66 off 30 yesterday, including 29 off 1 over, called Hasnain. So they've got some good players as well, Pakistan.
And Dan, what do you think? Pakistan won the toss and elected to bowl. What's your feeling about that?
Well, because it's at night, I spoke to the coach, Sohail, who plays for the Pakistan senior team in the ACL competition, and he said, well, we'll see what they're like out of their comfort zone. And I said, well, they did bat first in the first game. He said, yeah, but that was in the day against Sri Lanka. So last night they batted second. We'll see what they're like when the ball's a lot dewier and a little bit harder to hit. So that's why they've decided to allow them to bat first, and we'll see if we can chase down the runs. All they need to do was win the game. As I say, it's easier said than done, but he just feels if they've got to bowl second, conditions might be tougher for them in the field.
And we just went out and had a look at the wicket. I was really impressed with the block.
Looks good,
It's
doesn't
a
it?
5-wicket block, and the umpire said the first day or so it was a sort of a little uneven, but it's really flattened out into a lovely wicket. I mean, the outfield is in terrific order. There's not a breath of air, and the conditions up here are just... Well, look, anyone, if you haven't been to Brisbane, it's 2 hours north, and this is one of the nicest places in the world, Nusa Dan. You can't get too many nicer places, and what a great venue, a great location to have a tournament like this.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, I was out and about this morning. Beautiful day, 27 degrees, perspiring like 10 men when I went for a run and then went for a bit of a walk along the beach. People out everywhere. It just has that great holiday feel about it. The lovely shops, the cafes, the hotels. It'll be great tonight. It'll be pumping tonight. So just a beautiful place. And this is a great ground. I love grounds with picket fences around them, Grant. And I'm sure you've seen a lot in your time in grade cricket over the years. And this is what I think just adds to the intrigue of this tournament. It's wonderful that we're playing here in Queensland. I could see these tournaments being all around Australia. Obviously hard to be in Melbourne, where Harry, the organiser, and all the other organising committee are from, because it's terribly cold and wet down there and we're getting into the tough time of the year, but hold them up here. This is the best time.
And talking about some innovation, Dan, did you notice there the umpires looking at the board?
Yes.
So here's an innovation. I went and had a meeting with the umpires the other day about this.
Right.
They're actually going to talk into those mouthpieces. See those mouthpieces?
Yep.
Which actually talks to the board and updates the board in real time.
Wow.
So it's all voice activated. So that's Ian Barsby, the umpire, and Paul Lewis, both Brisbane grade umpires, very, very good umpires. Ian Barsby played a lot of first grade cricket at Sandgate Redcliffe and is the brother of Trevor Barsby, who was in the first ever Sheffield Shield winning side. And I tell you, Dan, you know how good Trevor Barsby was.
Very good
How would
player.
he gone at T20?
Oh, I would have loved it. He would have loved it. The tank.
The tank.
He made a great 100, I remember, in the second one where they were lucky to make the final against WA and Perth, or the best side, 96-97. Best side by a country mile. We're going to win it, and Queensland made a big score. And as you know, Ryan Campbell's a thrashing machine at the top of the order. He's whipped the first ball off his pads and said that'll be 4, and Tank said, sorry, mate, no chance. He accidentally caught it in between his legs.
I saw it. I'll never forget it. It was the most amazing fielding. And, you know,
He said,
just
sorry,
to finish
champ.
on Tank, you know, he worked at a sawmill and he cut his little finger off.
I heard about that, yeah. He said, sorry, champ, and Ryan Campbell said, just not meant to be, this is a Tank. He said, no.
Well, here we go.
Yep.
This is it. The Indian side that have taken all before them in this tournament so far. You've said you were impressed with them.
I love them. I think they're an excellent side. I think that they're well drilled. They're well coached. Their coaches are from the northern part of India. More than half the team have actually been flown out to play, so an opportunity for them to represent their country abroad, which is wonderful. Dilraj, though, played some great cricket in Sydney, so he's a local boy, if you like. So he'll face the first delivery, and Harsh is the spinner who'll face whenever he gets an opportunity to bat. He's at the non-striker's end.
Now, playing under lights, how does that change things up for these young players? What have you sort of noticed so far? Is there much different, do you think?
It's the dew. The dew. I went out on the ground on Thursday night and I couldn't believe how wet it was. I thought, we've had 5 mils of rain out here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you would know that, living in Brisbane, that it does get very dewy at night because of the beautiful climate during the day, especially, obviously, in the winter time or the autumn time as we're in now. So Harsh Aurora.
Now, if you're the Indian side and you're already in the final, what are you doing with this game? You're making sure you take momentum into the final, I would imagine, is the obvious. But are you sort of being a bit more respectful of the bowling, or what are we doing? What do you think they'd be thinking in your view?
Well, I just think that they'll want to keep playing like they've been playing. I mean, why flirt with form? Why flirt with confidence? Just keep playing.
Sure.
What has happened so far, that's what I'll be doing.
Yes.
What's happened so far is that we've won games of cricket, we've won them well, keep playing like we're playing. So Afzal Ahmad, who's the brother of the coach but 16 years younger, and he forces Dilraj on the back foot. Remembering, Dilraj was 0 off 15, Grant, yesterday, and went on to make an unbeaten 70.
That shows a lot of maturity.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of mental toughness to actually, you know, get yourself from that position. But he might, yeah, no doubt, he'd be saying, what's going on here? So I'm looking forward to watching this innings.
Pakistanis always employ a slip in the first couple of overs, and this appeal for LBW, I don't think so. It was a little bit high as well, and I wonder whether there might have been a bit of bat there, and it could have nearly been angling down leg stump. There are a lot of reasons not to give that out.
In all honesty, I think that's missing the fifth stump down leg side. I think that was really dipping away and high. I think it was shortly over the roll.
Yeah, absolutely. He was pretty keen though, Afzal.
Yeah, plenty of enthusiasm.
Made 23 off 9 yesterday to help them get to 155, so he can certainly bat.
Boy.
He drives Dilraj. That's an outstanding cricket shot between extra cover and the covers to the boundary for 4. So you can see this young man can play.
He can play. Little over pitch there and took full Tolliver, just leant on the ball. So just a little over pitched and wristy. Even wristy on the offside.
It was.
I love watching the Indian players play. It's just on both sides of the wicket, that wristy play that once you beat the field, 4 runs.
VVS Lakshman was one of those that started all of that. Here's Afzal Ahmad in again, and he cuts on the back foot. Good fielding at point by Haroon. Probably stopped certain boundary, and there's only 1 run on the board. Or did he not even get a run? Don't think he got a run.
No, I think he did. I think he was nice fielding, and that's exactly what you want from your infielders at this point of the game. Diving full length to his left, cut that off.
So they stopped certain runs. Well done by Haroon. Takes the outside edge, got squared up a little bit to Whitish third man, works it down for a run.
Gee, I like the little shape there. There was a little bit of in swing, and then it just hit the seam, and that was enough to get that outside edge. Because, now that's interesting. The fielder should not be catching the ball in the towel.
Wow.
I've seen that given 5 runs before, Dan, in a grade game.
I haven't seen that ever happen before.
He has caught the ball, so that's an intro. I'll have to check with the umpires on that, but that is, we've just got to be really careful. Young player.
Would you give him a warning? I don't think that Steve, the umpire, saw that.
I don't think he did. And I'll be interested. Here's an umpire. I'll just get that.
Simon's going to tell us in a minute. So that's a wide down the leg side.
I've just had some clarification.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's what they're there for as well. They help us out.
And umpires help me out with this.
Yeah.
I'm not an umpire. I do. If the ball was in play and he used, but the ball was dead. So if the ball was in play and he used the towel, it would have been 5 runs. But because the ball was dead going back, it's not counted as 5 runs.
I don't think he'd be silly enough to do that, would he? Thick edge. Second slip might have taken that. Good piece of fielding, though, down at fine leg by Saeed, and they come back for 2. They had to stretch hard. It took the edge. That was a legitimate edge from a good delivery outside the off stump with some shape from Afzal Ahmad. Not a bad opening over.
Yeah,
and
6 off it.
Yep.
No, it was 8 off it.
8 off it.
Yep. So good start by the Indian Tigers. I think they'd be happy with that. 8 off the first over. That's a 160 score if they keep that run rate going.
Well, they've passed 150 twice so far, so their batting's been a real strength. So's their bowling, and they've dropped a couple of catches, but generally their fielding's been pretty good as well. They've got an outstanding cover fielder called Sandeep, who's one of their key batters and bowlers as well. So we look forward to seeing him go. This was the man that really impressed me from Footscray Edgewater on the edge of the seconds team at the moment from Melbourne. Caught the plane up with him on Thursday.
Okay.
Harsh facing, and the young man about to bowl is Abdul Rafi.
Well, has Dilras gone down to the striker's end? Dilraj.
Oh, it is Dilraj, you're right.
Beg your pardon.
He's had most of the strikes so far, and he defends a short of a length delivery, no run.
He's saying he just sort of felt that stuck in the wicket a little bit there, and, which will mean that he just maybe has to check his shot as he goes through that.
See, the dew's already having an influence, and it's not even 6 o'clock yet. It does get dark early up here, doesn't it?
Yeah, yep. It's sort of getting that. As I said, we're going to have a cold snap tomorrow. It's going to actually get down to 22, Dan.
Yeah,
so sorry to do that to you.
It's raining and wet and
Melbourne
about
guys.
12 degrees in Melbourne today. I've just been told by the family. Pulled away.
Oh, catch!
Great catch in the mid-wicket region. They've got an early wicket, and they've got the danger man, Dilraj, out for 5. India lose a wicket. They're 1 for 8, and they are delighted.
He was just showing there that he thought that the ball didn't quite come on. Then he's just leant back on that. Didn't quite get it. Didn't time it. Nice catch there at mid-wicket.
Very good catch. And that's a big wicket early days because he was so impressive yesterday, Dilraj. He just piloted that team home, allowed the hitters to do the job when they had to, and he played the sheet anchor role and was there from the start to the end. But he goes early, and they'd be absolutely wrapped with that Pakistan to get an early wicket. Holding out at mid-wicket, 1 for 8.
Yeah, look, I'm just hoping from an Indian point of view, like they've played so well all tournament, there's very few sides that can go through World Cups tournaments without having a little down game. So, you'd obviously much rather it be in this game to a degree because it's not the final. But look at that, off the front foot.
It was a finger tipper almost, wasn't it?
That's a good catch. That's a nice sharp catch, and that's one that can really energise a team.
Abhinav coming to the crease. Hasn't had a lot of opportunities to bat yet. Very slight young man.
So this is an opportunity for India to give some players that haven't had a big innings to get an innings in case they are really required when it comes to the finals. So a wicket off the second ball. Abdul, good bowling. Now there's just seems a little bit of a hold up here. The umpire's coming in to take a look at the wickets.
He started in the under-11s, Avanav, in the Pakistan Cricket Association in 2017. He's already played 188 career matches.
Really?
And he's 17.
Gee.
It's a lot of cricket, isn't it?
That is a lot of cricket, and clearly they love it. So they love the game, and nearly too much cricket's not enough, particularly when you're still in the under-19s.
You just wonder when it is too much at that age.
Yeah, well, yeah, good point. I know. In Australia we've got a lot of bowler restrictions. We need a new stump. But I was talking to a coach last night, and there's an element of frustration that some of these young players, these under-19 players, they might make a first-grade side, but be told they can only bowl 6 or 7 overs.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
In a day.
I mean, when they had the rugby union boss, who was the head of high performance at the Australian cricket team, he was very, very big. His background was rugby union. He was very, very big on, you can play one game, but you can't play the next, so you can play half a shield game and bowl 10 or 12 or 15 overs. Dennis Lilly and Greg Chaplin and a few others said it's all about workload. You just got to get as many overs into them as possible. Now, I know DK had a few issues with his back, but he still just kept bowling. Jeff Thompson was another one. I know the game is different back in those days, and they play a lot more cricket nowadays, and they're on bigger money, and there's an opportunity to play a lot of T20 cricket. But, I mean, really, I just wonder, by reducing the workload, whether it plays into their hands injury-wise.
Yeah, Pat Howard's the fellow.
Pat Howard's who I'm thinking about, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got the stump fixed. Third umpire's been out. We're back to go. Good to go.
1 for 8. Abdul Rafi bowls, and having to defend is Arvanav into the offside.
Look, I've noticed a little bit of a difference in the wicket in as the sun's gone down and the lights have taken over. We've got maybe some dew starting to come into onto the ground. It's just been a little sort of proppy, a little bit of trampoline bounce here, which I've noticed a couple of times. It's hitting high on the splice of the bat.
He's very good at exploiting it too. Abdul Rafi. Good young bowler. Wide of the off stump. Takes the splice of the bat, and he did well. He might have been in trouble. There was a gully there because it really took off. You talk about the trampoline bounce then, Grant, and he didn't have complete control of that, Abhinav, but luckily enough got it away for a single, no matter how streaky it was.
As you said, he's very diminutive, isn't he? He's not a big man, the young fella, and that got big on him. It's just, that's a terrific line and length being bowled there by Abdul. And if the ball continues to do that, it's going to make run scoring very, very difficult.
So it's 1 for 8, 1.3 overs. Abdul in again, bowls and defending into the offside. Just sort of took the outside edge again.
Now this is a good over this. He's just getting his radars spot on. And this, as a young player, you've just got to say, look, the bowler is in a groove here. I don't need to make something happen. In fact, I'd be better off from a team if I take these and just get through this over. I know it's not a T10, necessarily T20 way of thinking, but you don't want to lose a wicket now. You know, we've just lost a wicket. Let's just reinforce this. He's in a groove.
Harsha Roy gets one down the leg side. They've just lost another wicket. Oh, Grant, you spoke too early. You put the commentator's curse on them. It was short down the leg side. He's put it straight down fine leg's throat.
Look,
Harsha Roy out for 2.
Yeah, look, and I do feel a bit sorry for him there because it wasn't one of the better balls to face, but how often do you see it? You know, the bowler's having a good over. You play out the good ball, you get a bad ball, and then you get out. Like this isn't a great ball, but he obviously didn't get it. So it's shorter than usual, gets big on him, inside the circle, simple catch, it's short, fine leg.
Wonder how much bat he got on that. Did he maybe just get glove?
The way it ballooned, I don't think it was a lot of bat. I think it was probably more glove than bat. So the Pakistani boys, look at them. They're jumping, they're going very good, very well.
Well, Steve's having a chat to a couple of the players. He likes to be in control, so he's a lovely man. He's represented Randwick in rugby union. He's told me that a few times, and he's also played grade cricket for the old Waverley team, now Eastern Suburbs in Sydney, where Tony Greig played, and he's out there in the middle issuing instructions to the players. So I've got it as 2 for 9. Harsha Roar is out. Arvanav is at the non-strikers end. He's made 1.
So we've got Sandeep,
who's the outstanding fielder, very good bat and capable bowler. One of their better players. Sandeep Nishad hasn't really got going with all the battle ball in the tournament yet though. Fielded well. This is down the leg side, brilliantly taken by Saeed, and it's called a wide now. I'm going to give some credit here, Grant, to the wicketkeeper Saeed, who on the first day, when they were defending 109, he had a mare with the wicket-keeping gloves. He dropped a simple catch. He missed a stumping. He gave away a lot of buys. But full credit to Sahel, the coach. He's persevered with him. He was solid yesterday. That was a terrific take down the leg side. That's a good delivery. Oh, just taking the outside edge. I've wondered how much bat it got. It got enough bat of it originally. That hit him on the pad, and it flicked away. And there was a fielder there at backward point who flung himself to try and take the catch, but he had no idea where that was. Arvanav.
He's got to glance that down to the leg side and got a leading edge.
Yeah.
That could have quite easily gone into Gully's hands or just that backward point area. got away with it. Good bowling. Very good bowling.
2 for 10. That was an excellent delivery.
Well, the Pakistanis are well on top now. The Australians will be obviously have a keen eye on this game.
Yeah, they wouldn't be all that happy at the moment. Pakistan win. They play India again. No, that's a wideish delivery that he chased and got a fairly thick edge. They could have been taken low by first slip, but they had a slip in for the first over, but dispensed with it, and another run on the board.
Yeah, no, just getting bat on ball, outside off. Picking up those runs. It'll be interesting to see now how the Tigers approach this this first innings. There's obviously a requirement now just to get a little bit of a reinforcement, but also make use of the conditions because of the field restrictions at this stage of the game.
That's good bowling too. Had him on the back foot. And what do you do? Like, let's say Abdul Rafa gets another wicket, Grant. He's taken 2 already. He gets another wicket in his second over. Do you give him another one?
I reckon you do. I think you do. I think when a bowler's really in their groove, go with them, and then it also would depend on whether he's considered a death bowler as well. So, but I think, Dan, to answer your question, I think you do.
Another wide, just too much swing then. Sometimes you can't control the swing, especially down the leg side. Well taken again by Saeed.
You know, a third wicket now would make a big difference to the whole psyche of the Indian Tigers. They'd be really in trouble. They're 2 for 9. A third wicket now would see Pakistan completely on top.
Score says 2 for 9. We'll just confirm that. I wonder whether it's got a few more runs there. That's a nice shot. He steered that with not a lot of timing.
Oh,
great piece of fielding. Just stopped it. Millimetres from the boundary. We'll update the score very, very soon. But that was an interesting shot. He just pushed on that Abhinav, and he managed to get it through the gap at point and cover, as you can see. And then a lovely piece of fielding.
Great desperation there by the Pakistani fielder. We just got a little tech issue. Now I think we're closer to the right score. 2 for 11.
Good delivery, got him high. Slightly interested is Afzal Ahmad, almost like it cut him in half. Abhinav, who's facing at the moment. Sandeep's at the non-striker's end.
So if I'm the Indian players now, I'm really got some thinking to do because we can't. I'd be saying to my partner, we can't afford to lose a wicket here, but we've still got to use the field restrictions. So anything loose has got to go, but a little bit circumspect as well is important.
Oh, gee, that was... I think there might have been some bat onto pad there. That cut back in too. Bowling beautifully, Afzal Ahmad. 2 for 15. 1 ball left in the third over. Thanks to Jess and his team doing a wonderful job to update everything technically. 3 overs completed, so they're going at 5 and over. They've lost 2 early wickets. Dilraj and Harsh, the 2 openers.
This has really been a terrific start from the Pakistani. Very disciplined bowling. They've seamed up, using the conditions, just hitting that line of length. They've been look. In fact, one of the weaker balls of the whole innings was one that got a wicket too. So that's pressure. Keep pressure the whole time, and then you get away with a bad ball and maybe even pick up a wicket. And that's not just pressure. That's the game of cricket. Doesn't that happen sometimes?
You can finally relax and think you might be through the hard stuff and just lose concentration for a moment. That's why we love the game so much. Abdul Rafa with the great figures of 2 for 1. Starts his second over, and it's on the leg side. That's flicked down to 5 leg. They run. The return was a good one. The wicketkeeper was nowhere near that, but it was an attempt for a direct hit. And there's been a few of those that, of course, wickets as well throughout the tournament so far, as we have one more game left after this, the final tomorrow. India hoping to be there, undefeated, will be there. You would think. Here's Abdul Rafi. And it's defended off the back foot, pushed into the offside. And that's good running.
Yeah, well done. Rotate the strike is so important. I love seeing that. Rotate the strike. But also I want to see them, twos. The more times they can punch holes where there are pockets of space in the outfield. Try and hit those pockets rather than get it close to a fielder. Turn those ones into twos as often as you can in this game.
The interesting aspect too is that if you pin the batter on the back foot, which Abdul Rafi is, Grant, with the short of a length bowling, it means there's an extra metre he has to go in regard to making his ground, which could be the difference. So that again is very canny bowling by the young man. This time he goes down the ground, he drives it long and high. Has he got enough on it? He has.
That's a terrific shot.
That's a much better shot, the best shot of the innings so far. It's early days, but Sandeep got all of that. The fireworks go up.
A couple of paces down the wicket, turn what was a short of a length ball into a practically a half volley, got straight under that, and that went for the maximum. 6 runs.
He didn't see him coming then. Well, if he did, he couldn't adjust, Rafi, could he?
That was a really good shot.
2 for 23. And he drops into the offside, thinks about Tippity run. Maybe trying to use your mate Ian Saab. There's always one. Maybe not then, no.
No, not then. Maybe. But I love the way he just made that bowler think about his length, because he's zoning in here, Abdul Rafi. Look at that, 2 for 9, not quite 2 overs finished. So that capacity just to take those couple of steps down and adjust the bowler's length for him ensured that went for a 6. Abdul not trying to do anything too clever here, but bowling very nicely.
Again, right on line, and another dot ball.
And by not being too clever, I mean that in a positive way, because I think sometimes when we see it in in senior cricket, some bowlers fall into the trap of trying to bowl 6 different deliveries for 6 different balls, and sometimes if something's working for you, you don't need to change that. You make the batsman take the initiative and then step down the wicket and have to take the risk. And I've been so impressed with the way Abdul's gone about his bowling here, just hitting line and length. Oh,
Beaten outside, the off stump by a good one, flirting with some danger. Well taken by Saif. Wasn't far away from getting the outside edge. That's a good over. His figures 2 for 9 and a big 6 off that over. But other than that, a good over by Abdul Rafi. 2 for 23 after 4 overs. India.
That's exactly right, Dan. Like, apart from the 6, he's only gone from three runs off the rest of the other 2 overs. So, terrific. 2 for 23 off 4. And Pakistan, there's really good. There seems like to be a good talk out there. There's, they're up, they're ready, they're really ready to go for this. Does it change a bowler?
Yeah, I would think there will be. I think that they may give Abdul one more. And this is Haroon Rashid, who the coach didn't really know many of them, bar the 3 boys from Melbourne, and he had to make a decision. I'll get to that in a minute. This is wide of the off stump and called a wide. Had to make a decision 10 minutes before the match. They had one training session over in the nets over here on Thursday, Grant, before their first game against Australia. He wasn't in initially, and then he thought, I like this boy. He's big, tall.
Oh, I love
He's got a bit of bounce about him, and he got chosen.
That's fantastic. I love that story.
Yeah.
So he's got here and he's played he's gone to the nets and he's got picked.
Haroon Nadeem. And this is hit high. I'm not sure he's got all of it.
Oh, it's
up and down to the one spot that's been dropped. It's been dropped, unfortunately, by Issa. He got to it, but he couldn't hang on to it.
That was a really difficult attempted catch. I'm just not sure he actually even got a glove on this. No,
he didn't.
Didn't quite, but it certainly looked like he did. Didn't quite get to that, but that would have been swirling. It was over his left shoulder, over his right shoulder, and then landed safely. So one for the batting team. a little bit of luck. You need that. Certainly
Yes,
need that.
certainly
Look,
did.
he was unhappy. As soon as he hit, he thought, oh, this is out.
Yeah,
And then it wasn't. So
Abhinav facing at the moment. Haroon into him, wide of the off stump, and that's swung away alarmingly. Well taken by CE, but in front of first slip. So they're just having trouble getting the swing right, the Pakistanis at the moment, the Sultans.
because that actually did move. That was a big outswinger there, and
That was the Sultans of swing, Grant.
that was the Sultans of swing there. We have to say it. I like it, and I'm liking it.
Yeah,
No.
great band.
Yeah, very
Taught
good.
himself to play guitar, Martin Offler. Taught himself. He's an absolute superstar at
I
it.
saw him at Festival Hall.
Yeah,
Dire Straits.
would have been great. Here's Haroon again, bowls and defended down along the onside. That's a better delivery.
Yeah, good comeback there by Haroon. Time to just keep the screws on the Indian batting lineup. Keep the pressure. Being well supported in the field. It's a nice, got a nice big build, tall build, Haroon.
His pants are a bit short for him. It's wide of the off stump and swing and a miss. Didn't move his feet. Now, Sandeep is saying, what about a wide? I wouldn't have thought so because he didn't move at all on the crease and he had a swing and a miss.
Now, I just got a lesson on all that, Dan.
Yeah, I did too, yeah.
Which I really enjoyed with the umpires out there. It actually, at the end of the day, it does come down to the umpire's call.
Yeah.
They're going to make an assessment, where their starting position, how far they move.
Yeah. Another swing and a miss, but I don't think there was a miss. He's got an edge on that. The Pakistanis, I said originally a swing and a miss, but as soon as Saeed took the ball in his gloves, he knew there was not a miss, it was a hit, and they've got the third wicket.
And it's Haroon's outswing that's doing the damage. He's shaping the ball beautifully. Yeah, okay, he's had a couple that have gone out and been wides, but look at the shape on this, Dan. You watch how beautifully this shapes away. And you don't have to move it far. In, moves away, slight edge, that's out.
Didn't have his foot to the pitch,
No,
had
he
his head in the air, and not in the right spot to play that shot, and that's 3 wickets gone for the Indian Tigers now, and they haven't been in trouble in this tournament until now, and in comes the skipper.
Yeah, if you're coaching India, you're saying, well, you know, I'm hoping we don't have that down game. I'm hoping that we can continue on our winning way, everyone playing well. But look, you've got to give credit to Pakistan. Their bowlers are doing a terrific job here, and I think the reason is because they're getting the basics of cricket right. They're getting line length as often as they can, and at the moment they're on top.
I thought it was the skipper, I don't think it is. We'll confirm that. It's Arshdeep Singh who batted so well yesterday
All right.
to help rescue the innings with Dilraj, who's been dismissed early. He's the wicket keeper,
He's going to be called on again here, Dan.
no doubt. Haroon bowls, and in the air, he reaches for that, and it flew in the air for a long time through the gully to Whitish, third man. He didn't move his feet. Again, he didn't really
Well, Dan,
adjust to the swing.
To your point, if Haroon is bowling little outies like this in the nets, and I'm the coach, I'm getting him in the team. I think that's been such a good call. Yeah, his radar's off a little at times, but geez, he's bowling wicket balls here.
3 for 27. Last ball of the 5th over. Haroon, and another swing and a miss. Certainly a swing and a miss this time, and he was trying to hit everything out of the ground then. Abhinav, and he missed by a fair way. So good over by Haroon, couple of wides, got a wicket. So 5 overs are gone. It's 3 for 27. I'll take a rest, and Suhas can come in and join Grant O'Hara, and it's been a great start by the Pakistan Sultans. The Indian Tigers 3 for 27 after 5 overs.
Thanks for that, Dan. The Indian Tigers got some work to do here. 3 for 27. They haven't been in this bad a shape throughout the tournament so far, so they're looking for to create a partnership here, which will certainly we know they want to see that taken through to sort of over 10 or 12 at least, and then they can set up a platform again to go hard into the second part of the innings and then take them through to that score of 150, 160. In the tournament so far, they've scored a couple of 150 pluses, so that's kind of where they're at, this team. But Pakistan are on top at the moment. They're bowling really nice lines, and yeah, they've been difficult to get away. Welcome, Suresh.
Thank you.
What are you making of this so far? That's right. Now you're from Delhi, Suresh? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course.
"27 for 3 in 5.1. What a start this is. Win the toss, choose to bowl first and pick up wickets after wickets. That's been the story for Pakistani Sultans. Magnificent. Vindified the decision, Grant, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They've obviously want to make sure that they can stay in control of this game, and one of the ways to do that, let's get early wickets, let's get them on the back foot, and then know what we're chasing when it comes to our turn to bat.
Abdul Rafi.
The captain's decided to keep him on.
Yeah, which is a great sign, actually.
Yep.
He's just sending a statement to the opposition that I'm here for the kill.
Exactly right. That's what Dan and I were saying. We're thinking, do you give him, because he's bowling so well, do you rest him or do you give him another one while he's on top? And clearly the captain's decided to keep him on. He's look at that, 2 for 9, and one of those was a 6. So the rest of them been really good.
A different script today for Arshdeep and Abhinav. One to mend the innings. Oh, the direct hit. The direct hits are always tricky. He did put in the dive, remember that. They're celebrating.
Yep. What a great piece of fielding. And those direct hits, 8, 9 times out of 10, they're out. I think he was a little bit slow to get going too, and he put in the full dive, but I'll be very surprised if this isn't given out. And
Looks to be in trouble. Let's wait for what the third umpire has to say. But he looks to be in trouble if this is the decisive frame. If this is the frame that they're going by, then we do not see any Willoughby on that line. This angle might be helpful.
He's put in the full dive. The bat for mine is out. I think that's out, Sunesh.
Yeah, he's going to be in trouble.
I think he's out. I think if anything, the bat was slightly, because he's dived, and the bat was probably above the line, on the line, just above the line, and as we know, on the line's out.
If a tall man like Arshdeep putting in a full stretch dive cannot get him there, then it's not a run.
Okay. Yep. I think you're right. I think that's going to be given out. Oh, boy.
If only the bat were longer.
If only the bat were longer, and he maybe was a little bit quicker on the uptake to get going. But now we're going to have a look at it again.
It was a slower delivery, which he played with softer hands. What a direct hit when it mattered the most.
Wasn't that a good piece of fielding? And what does that do for the Pakistani side? I mean, a side that's already on top and really looking to put another batter back into the sheds.
Still waiting for the confirmation to come through.
Waiting.
I think they're going to jump up in joy. Still not conclusive evidence, it seems.
Oh, I just think does his bat twist here and just go up in the air a little bit, or is that looks to me he's short? So I know it's a tough decision, but I think look at the ball's hit the middle stump too.
This is not the clearest angle available, I'll tell you. It's a previous angle that we worked with. That was clearer. Yes! It's been given. Indian Tigers have lost another 27 for 4, and this time it's the responsible Arshdeep.
That's a big wicket for Pakistan, and you can just see how excited they are to actually get that wicket and have 4 for 27.
Oh, it's Abhinav, in fact, who's walking back. It's Abhinav who's taking the long walk back.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, a direct hit. And as I said, they just get the feeling when there's the big dive and there's a direct hit. 8 or 9 times out of 10, that is out, and that's the way, or as close as that was, that's the way that it's turned out to be. And again, building pressure by Abdul Rafai. Lovely bowling. For mine, this is the best bowling I've seen today. Lovely pressure bowling.
One of the youngest in the side, Udavir Singh, has walked out a bat, and a scorecard that he's reading is not a good story.
Oh dear.
And you could
now's the time.
Now, this is where the stories are created. Someone who sets high standards for himself is all by himself talking about that dismissal, replaying that on his mind. It's still going to play on his mind for a while. He's already isolated himself, and this is the time perhaps when the coach comes around and puts an arm around and says it's okay, it happens in the game of cricket.
You're right, Suresh, but there are fewer worse feelings in sport than getting out. See, you walked back and it just hurts. It hurts you. Particularly, it's so hard. It hurts to get out.
Grant, I'll tell you one more than the wicket itself. I think it's the method of the wicket, the manner in which he's got out, which is hurting him more.
Yeah.
When the team's reeling at 27 for 3, you go for a single, which might prove to be dangerous. A direct hit gets you out. The last thing that you want is walk towards the pavilion.
You're exactly right. Run out is such a waste of a wicket, and that'd be no ball. Surely.
Abdul Rafai.
Yeah, height. That's been called no ball on height. Free hit. Umpire Ian Barsby. He's been one of our great umpires in Brisbane for a long time. A terrific A-grade player as well.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
In fact, cricket runs in his family, Everstall.
Definitely, yeah. Trevor, his brother, and his other brother Lou, they're all terrific cricketers. Trevor was in our first ever Sheffield Shield winning team. He would have loved T20. Oh boy, he was a good player. Such a good player.
Yesterday, Dan and I were discussing a few names who would have loved T20 had it existed back then. But because it didn't, and still they played that way, that's what made them special.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
28 for 4. Indian Tigers are in deep trouble. Now Udavir Singh, who's standing tall to this one, still realizes he had to be on the first floor to try and attempt that shot.
Now, what do you do with the free hit? I think one of the most important things, and this is a fundamental of cricket, it's so important to locate and see the ball and watch the ball without trying to overswing here. So let's keep his head still. Let's make sure he's looking at the ball and then let the bat do the work.
Big swing and a miss. And Abdul Rafai has kept it straight and simple.
Didn't he?
Just outside the reach of the young Udavir.
Didn't he? That is such a good free hit ball. I mean, ideally, you don't want to be in a position where you're bowling that free hit ball, but when you do have to bowl it like that. So, good bowling.
The Tigers are being held by the scruff of their neck. 28 for 4. The first power play definitely belongs to the men in green.
Yeah, look, a score of what would you take now? Would you be happy? What's competitive now if you could? So you've still got 6 batters to come. You want to try and get to 100. I would have thought anything less than 100 is going to be very, very hard to defend.
Oh, good ball and well negotiated. Not in good control, and he's got to be careful of walking back. Isa is suggesting there is half an opportunity, and we don't want to give that too.
Absolutely.
Love the intensity here, Grant.
Absolutely. Pakistan are just, they've come out with all guns blazing here. I'd say they obviously would have been looking forward to this match for some time, and now they're executing. So it's one thing to be looking forward to a match and making sure that you get the basics right, but go out and execute, which is exactly what they're doing.
Abdul Rafai has found the right length to be bowling on this track so early.
Oh, bowled!
Top of off. The coach is delighted. What a delivery. What a peach of a delivery. Indian Tigers have lost half their pack for 28 for 5 now.
Big, you're dead right there. Great off cutter. That's done work off the wicket. Took the top of off bail. And boy oh boy.
Never look comfortable.
I don't think we saw this coming.
never looked comfortable. Young Udevir was dancing around to the beats of Abdul Rafi, and one peach of a delivery. This, you tell me this is not colored clothing, I'll believe you. This is what Mitchell Stark tries to do. This is what Josh Hazelwood tries to do.
No, Abdul Rafi, look, I'd like to suggest there's higher honours for him. There's a couple of other great little competitions going around in T20 that I think he would be tremendous at.
Terrific. Oh, he still requires some consoling. Abhinav still requires some consoling, because this is one game that he was looking forward to, and he realizes that he can no longer play a part in it with the bat in hand, but he can come back and field brilliantly. That's what cricket does, gives you another chance.
I've just been told that he was only 15, so he's got a long time to go, hasn't he? But honestly, he'll never forget this experience, and he'll learn a lot from it. And he'll be disappointed. He'll wake up tomorrow disappointed, but there's so much more in his cricket life to go. So, it's he just got done by a good ball there, didn't he? That was a good ball.
There was, but this batter was the one who was run out. So it's not a good ball. That's what is hurting him even more.
Ah, yeah, for sure.
It wasn't the ball. It was the calling.
Yep.
The communication.
So we've gone back to they're bowling lovely outswingers here to the right-hander. Haroon, sorry, beg your pardon. Haroon. You watch these outswingers. He's shaping it away beautifully.
I have just one concern. Does he have tape on the finger that's holding the ball?
Ooh.
He's got to be careful of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think these
it might not even contribute to the swing that you're talking about. Might or might not, but it's just that it's not allowed in the game.
No, it's not allowed. But these young players, I'm sure they know all that type of thing, and they'd be very careful to be doing the right thing. But I love the outswing that he's getting. Most batters will, go okay with in-swingers, but outswingers are a much different proposition.
You need counter-attack of this kind. It's only a single, but the way he played that shot, Arshdeep's got to suggest to the skipper that I'm still there.
Absolutely, and what he's done is just adjusted the length of the bowler, but not because the bowler bowled there. He actually got out of the wicket, out of the crease a little bit, and turned it into a half volley. That's good batting. At the moment, it's all going the bowler's way, so the batters just can't just sit there and nudge it around as much as making sure they get out of the crease and make them adjust their line and length.
Oh, good ball. This is the ideal length, especially when you want to invite the batter to play an extravagant drive. 29 for 5. The Indian Tigers have been caged at the moment.
It looks to me like they've got a game plan. The bowlers have been asked to bowl one channel, and they're bowling that channel, and they're saying things like, they miss, we hit.
Yep, true.
Do you agree?
So true.
Yeah.
What a supporting act this has been. Harun Nadeem picks up a wicket. He's
I
picked up others. Yes.
Senship, you're onto something. He's been asked by the umpire to move the tape.
And I think he's going to gift it to Isa, who would quite happily take it because he's got a field.
So that tape would be there because he would have an injury. Something wrong.
No, or perhaps he wants to avoid one, Grant.
Oh, okay.
While he's fielding.
Righto. Oh, yes, righto.
Because the batters do not differentiate if you're a spin bowler or a pace bowler. They hit hard towards you.
Yeah, righto. Okay, yeah, yep.
But it shouldn't contribute to your skill or craft, which is to either turn the ball with those those fingers or hold the ball.
And the umpire has just asked him to remove that tape.
It's not reduced his efficacy one bit. He's landing it still in the same area. Beautiful to watch, Harun Nadeem.
Shanesh, do you remember a great cricketer, Australian cricketer called Dean Jones?
I do.
Do you remember, or did you ever see him ask Kirkley Ambrose used to take off his...
Yes, I do.
Oh, boy.
And remember Ashley Giles with his blue hair?
Yes.
That is hair blue.
Yes.
And the batter could not stop laughing. Oh, poor ball.
And that's one of the rare ones. And that's that got away from him there a little bit, but one of the rare down leg side balls. The discipline by the Pakistani team at the moment is just tremendous, and 5 for 30. No one saw that coming with the Indian Tigers, who played so well up until now.
Glorious. This is just a treat to watch. You just know that there is a factory that produces wonderful fast bowlers for Pakistan. It doesn't really matter which team's playing in which part of the world. That still remains the same.
And what a ball. I think that did, it looked like it was actually going to be sort of in swinger, and then at the last moment held its line.
Grant, I think this game's getting into a zone where the Indian Tigers, the batters of the Indian Tigers, need to just bat and not look at the scorecard.
Yep.
And as far as the Pakistani Sultans are concerned, go for the kill. Marvellous. Once again, look at the carry as well. Today is the best day to be a keeper, it seems.
Absolutely. That's a tremendous ball. Because what he's doing is his natural action is to actually drift it in, and then it's either going off the wicket or through the air. That's just wonderful bowling.
Haroon Nadeem.
That is really hard to play. In all honesty, that is so hard to play. So, look, all credit, although the Indian Tigers, they might be finding this, that's really good bowling.
Indian Tigers, this is how they've got to 30, but the problem's not the 30. The problem's the wickets column. It's ticked 5 times. Dilraj, Harsh, Abhinav, Sandeep, all of them back in the hut. These are big names. Udevir Singh, who gets a game today again. I'm very surprised that he was sent in at a time, that youngster was sent in at a time when the team was already in trouble. I really don't know the reason behind that decision. I'm unable to decode. Abdul Rafi has picked up 3 wickets and has broken the backbone of the Indian batting today. Haroon Nadeem has picked up 1 and is acting as great support to Abdul Rafi's initiatives.
You're right there about Abdul Rafi, like 3 for 10, and one of those was a 6. So the rest of his 3 overs went for 4 runs.
Is it time for Absar? Is it already time for Absar? Yes, it is. This is a bowling attack that will keep coming after you. They won't give you the breathing space. No grace time. It's game on from the first ball. 30 for 5, the Indian Tigers.
Absar, so he's another seam up?
Seam up, wickets down kind of a bowler. Starts off
shot
with a poor delivery. And that fielding effort's just not enough.
Gee, that was a nice shot, but Suresh, that was a really nice shot. I think that was sort of middle leg, and then the wristy play here. Leg, but that's that lovely Indian touch where you're just using your wrists and taking it off your legs.
True.
Oh, that was a lovely shot. Didn't he time that well?
Beautifully timed as well. Just tells you the quality of cricketer that Arshdeep is, and he's been in difficult situations before. Now it's important for the boys to not think about this as an India versus Pakistan clash. And the Pakistani Sultans have not thought of it that way. They've stuck to their basics, not put additional pressure on themselves. Oh, that direct hit at this stage would have been another wicket.
Oh, the batters are looking at each other saying, where was the miscommunication there? What happened? Who called? Whose call was it? Did I hear you? Now we're talking. Now they're going to go and have a chat, are they?
No, the umpire said no.
Oh, boy. That would have been. He wasn't even in the frame. And look at him looking up. That would have been a complete disaster there for the Indian Tigers.
Would you believe it? Many things are going wrong today for the Tigers. They are being hunted down one by one. Watch him bowl as well. This is going to be an exciting contest only if India get to 120 mark.
Well, gee, that's a long way away from here. It's not impossible, but it's going to take some really good batting. Have they got the batters in the sheds?
They've got Manroop, the captain.
Okay.
Yet to come.
The captain's knock.
The captain's knocks yielded a couple of wins for them so far. But you want to feed him a good scorecard.
Definitely.
You want to feed him a scorecard where he can express himself, not build an innings and then start to go for the big shots. Love the way the ball is skidding onto the surface already. This is going to be quite a contest, I tell you.
Look, I'm not sure that we don't really know what the conditions and the wicket's like until the second team bats. But this hasn't been overly easy condition. The ball is swung and moved in the air. It's actually not. It's actually sticking in the wicket. A little bit of trampoline bounce. So whilst this is they're in sort of dire straits at the moment, the Indian Tigers. It's not until Pakistan bats we actually get a full feel for how the conditions are right now.
Just chipped it in the air again. Would have had his heart in his mouth. It's been that kind of a day for the Indian Tigers and their batters.
Yeah, you're dead right. It's been one of those where a lot of the balls in the air have gone to hand, and then there's been a direct hit with fielding, and that's just a magnificent piece of fielding to do that. Sometimes the run, we call it the rub of the green.
Yes.
The rub of the green actually works against you, and it kind of stays with one team or the other. And at the moment, the rub of the green's certainly running with Pakistan, but they're bowling well. They're bowling well. Arshdeep on strike. He's got 8 off 9, so he's been in for 9 balls. He's probably getting a bit of a feel for the conditions now. Oh,
just as you say that, he missed this one completely.
How did that miss? Has that gone through the stumps?
No, it hasn't, but what a good effort behind the wicket. And you got to give credit to this man, Saif. Phenomenal. We'll still talk about him in a bit. We will talk about him. 8 overs gone, 38 for 5.
Yes, no, that's been a really good session. First 8 overs there by the Pakistan team, and they're really up for this. They're getting in around each other. There seems to be really good talk going on out there. And now we've got the Indian players just given some instructions there with the water. What would these instructions be? It would be, well, for a start, don't get out, because we just don't have the wickets now with 12 overs still to go. You need a couple of wickets held back towards the last couple of overs to make sure that you can leverage something into those last overs. Sunesh, what do you think's a total?
Very difficult to say, because it's about surviving for Indian Tigers. Even if they want to launch an attack on the Pakistani Sultans, it's only got to happen if they have the credible score. They need a credible score before they can go for the big shots. At the moment, it's about surviving. It's about a phase of game where they do not lose a wicket. And Haroon Nadeem has other ideas.
Hey, I really like the way the Pakistani captain's gone about this. Like, he can tell that they've built pressure, and he knows when his bowlers, he can see that his bowlers are on top and bowling well. So he hasn't sort of deviated from, as I say, I think a game plan to say, look, if these guys are going well, let's keep them on.
The clarity is just commendable.
He's really wobbling them around. It's been such a good bowling performance.
In order to produce a bowling performance of this kind, right, you need to have played a lot of cricket with each other a lot, because you need to understand each other a lot. But it looks like it's a team that's been put together before this tournament, not much before this tournament, but still they've matured so early. They've understood the strengths and weaknesses of each other. They complement each other so well. That's the beauty of Pakistani Sultans. Manraj.
Yep, and keeping the ball up, punches down to long on, and Haroon he'd be really happy with that. So what have we got here? He's got 1 for 7 off nearly halfway through his third over. And Dan was saying that the coach watched him bowl on the nets and said, "You'll do me. You're in the team." That's nice. Hey, but it's not. Isn't we here in Australia? The number of times that one of your cricketing greats in both India and Pakistan will see someone perform well in the nets and go, "Hey, I think you're going to be good enough to play first-class cricket," and sometimes that's the way they get promoted. Is that right, or?
Depends on who's saying that.
I think I heard that on a couple of players that Yeah, look, it could be. It could be just one of those great stories. But
You've got to give credit to Saif, the keeper, as we were talking about it. There's another good collect by Saif. He was so scratchy when this tournament began. And then kudos to coach Sohail as well, who had a chat with him. And from the next game onwards, he has been absolutely phenomenal.
that's great. Dan said the same thing. He said, it didn't look like he was going to have a good tournament. And then all of a sudden, he's turned it around. And good on him.
Even the single is becoming a struggle.
Yeah, that's an interesting point around wicket keeping in these T20s. Do you pick a bloke that's more a batter keeper, or do you pick the keeper batter? I tell you, if the keeper's not playing well and he drops a key player, then he's got his runs to make and his own runs to make.
So true. So true.
So,
and it's not the easiest of jobs. Lots of sit-ups, and then the bowlers bowl wides and no balls.
exactly.
And then you've got to concentrate on your batting as well.
So we're getting towards the end of the 9th over here now at 5 for 40. Projected score 92. Well, look, anything's defendable, but particularly if you can build pressure in your bowl as well. How have India bowled in the last couple of games?
India bowled well.
Yep.
The captains bowled extremely well. The spinners have stood up, but they need runs to be bowling at.
They do. Yeah, of course they do.
The batters that clicked thus far for India, you can't say it's a law of averages catching up either. I think it's just a collapse that they did not expect in the biggest of games.
And this is playing into Pakistan's hands here, because now they've got experience playing in these conditions under lights, and that's the final tomorrow night, isn't it?
Yeah, we will keep the chat alive about that as well. 9 overs gone, 43 for 5.
Yep. Well bowled, Haroon Nadeem. 1 for 11 off 3. The Indian Tigers, 5 for 43. You've still got the captain to come for India?
True, but for him to come and deliver, he needs to get that situation where he can express himself, as we were discussing.
Yeah, for sure.
Right now, if he's got to come in and do a bit of mending work, it's not going to serve well for India. Aman Raj played a lot of cricket in Sydney. Oh, good Yorker.
Yep,
The confidence level, Grant, has gone through the roof for the bowlers of Pakistani Sultans.
So they do you feel like they're built through the tournament and they're on the upward trajectory by the look of this?
It's a team that has just transformed itself through as the tournament has begun and has progressed. It's very difficult to make this transformation as a side if you're not playing regularly, and if you're playing if you're playing as a side which does not know each other really well. I am very surprised and very pleasantly surprised that Pakistan, the team Sultans, have done brilliantly.
So we've got a projected score around that 94 mark now. Manraj on strike. Oh, good line. Honestly, I'd love a lot of senior cricketers to watch this cricket. And I think the seniors are too often they're trying to bowl too many different balls per over. They come and watch these under 19 guys who are just getting this at working with the conditions, not trying to do too many different balls, just getting it in that spot and making it difficult for batting. Well bowled.
Good try, that's a good try. And the second run will also be complete. This is good cricket all around.
I agree, good cricket all around, because he hit it in a pocket there where he could get 2 runs. Just wide of the short close infielder. More twos. The more twos they can get, the more pressure they can start building and putting on the fielding side.
Straight to the fielder this time around. Just love the adjustment made by the fielder. Oh, you got to give credit to the captain of Pakistani Sultans. He's so proactive. He doesn't follow the ball, but he understands what each player is trying to do of the opposition. Look at him make that ever so slight tweak on the leg side, Grant, and that's exactly what has stopped at least a couple of runs.
Well, I'm hearing you, Suresh. I reckon that's your great call. Like he's working with his team, and I think they are clearly playing to a plan. And the plan's working. And the plan's working. They're using the conditions, and it's working so nicely. And all credit to the captain.
Is it going to be a slower delivery, a cutter perhaps? He's walked it away nicely on the leg side. Got the protection for it, Absar, so only a single. Some of the throws have overshot the keeper.
And I tell you, have you played at night at all?
Have they played at night? Yes, they have.
Have you?
Yes, I have to.
Do you notice that sometimes that ball does get caught in the lights, and you think it's quite a simple, should be quite a simple take, ends up being a little bit difficult. You sort of say, boys, behind the light, just maybe bounce it in. They haven't been doing so many bounce in and sort of wearing the ball down, I've noticed. Look at that condition. Look at these conditions. How good.
Now I'm loving every bit of this. That made a good sound as it came off the bat, but that single's not going to be easy. Now they will get that single. Rare sloppy work on the field. It's over-aggression that's cost them a single. But Indian Tigers wouldn't mind. That means Arshdeep's got to retain strike at the halfway stage. The Tigers are 47 for 5.
Thanks, Suresh. I'm going to hand over to the great Dan. Enjoy your next stint.
Hello, great man.
Welcome to the Combox, Dan.
That's an Australian term that we use a lot in this country. Great man.
Interesting.
You really think it's interesting, or?
It's interesting because in India we're very wise as to whom we call that.
Oh, we just call everyone the great man, whether we know it or not. Well, the other thing we say is old mate.
Gracious
old
people
mate.
you are, the gracious Australians. They'll call you the great man here, and as soon as you find them inside the field, you would be sledged at.
Correct. Here's a good performance, isn't it? Talking of just absolutely putting the clamps on them.
Absolutely right. 47 for 5, the Indian Tigers. Manraj's 9 of 16 has been a good effort so far. Arshdeep's been stuttering at 10, and the reason I say that is because it's not with timing that he's troubled, it's with the calling that he's troubled.
Yes. Well, they lost that run out, and it could have paralysed them too in a lot of ways, couldn't it?
Yeah, that's the story of the game so far. Arshdeep Singh and Manroj Kalon are finding themselves in the middle of a rut here. 47 for 5, the Indian Tigers trying to do some mending work to add respectability to the total. That's only because the engine room, followed by Sandeep Nishad, have all gone back in single figures.
Manroop's the key. Would have you brought him in a bit earlier, or he needs to be the finisher?
We'll talk about that in just a moment. Abdul Rafi has been the wicket taker. What a star indeed. 3.3 is an unreal economy when your team needs you the most. Harun Nadim's played a lovely supporting act in this movie so far. Pakistani Sultans have been the hero.
Well, they sure have. It's been a great performance from them.
47 for 5 at the halfway stage. Indian Tigers need to script a comeback from here, and a comeback would look like 130 at the end of 20. At least that much with Manraj, who's a decent batter, mind you. Terrific cricketer. In fact, sometimes doesn't bat that low. Arshdeep, very sensible cricketer. It's not that India do not have the batters to build themselves an innings from here, but it's important that these young boys do not get sucked into the magnitude of this game because of the rivalries that usually take precedence when you talk about India versus Pakistan. They come to the fore, don't they?
Well, they do. I mean, this is what it's all about between these two great nations. They played some wonderful matches. They've played some wonderful matches. I mean, who'll forget that T20 encounter. Of
Oh,
course,
magic.
in Australia, the great Virat Kohli at his best.
Magical innings. I think it's one of those innings which as a cricketer you earn the respect of the opposition from.
Oh, I think he'd already earned the respect, but it was a little bit out of form, especially at test level. Been a long time between drinks since he'd made a test 100, but you knew he could still turn it on. And what I loved about him, a bit like MS Dhoni, Suhas, was he didn't seem to panic. He kept his cool. What a good delivery that was. He just tossed that one up then, Rayan Farouk, and he almost yorked Arshdeep.
Captain who's bringing himself on very tactically.
He's an excellent young cricketer, this young man.
Just one shot of 50 India, but it's a wickets column that they're not going to look at. 50 comes up. It is a milestone of some sort, but it's just that it's not been a fluent milestone to reach 50 for 5 Indian Tigers.
Still think if these two can bat together for another 3 overs, get it to 75.
I don't see 75 up on the board in 3 overs, Dan.
Oh, well, I'm trying to be an optimist. Glass 3/4 full.
Of beer.
Suhas. Of whatever. Of whatever. Coffee, beer, yes.
Or something even stronger, because that's why you're sensing 25 runs in the next 18 balls when 5 wickets are left. And the mending work has started just now.
And then the finisher comes in.
I don't see that happening, but I do see a launch pad being created around the 15th over, and the last 5 overs is when India will try to attack, provided these two stick around till then.
Oh, great piece of bowling outside the off stump, looking to cut. He played over the top of it. I tell you, who's been the biggest improver in the entire tournament after a pretty sloppy first night is the wicketkeeper Saeed. He has been magnificent in the last 2 matches. Saif, I should say. Saif.
Absolutely right. 11 overs gone, 51 for 5.
And he has been very safe. He's been terrific, actually. And they've persevered with him. That's having faith in your players and giving them the confidence. Okay, you haven't had a good one tonight. We'll give you another chance tomorrow.
I just love the way the coach has handled him. He has an off day in the beginning of the tournament. He tells him, he could have talked about the negatives, but what he told him instead is that congratulations, you just had your off day in the first game itself, so all that's going to follow right now is the best of yours.
Correct. You've got your bad one out of the way. The next 2 are going to be perfect or much better.
Sometimes, as even life teaches you, if you're down in the dumps, that when you hit the rock bottom, the only way to go is up.
Correct. Absolutely. So
4 runs of the previous over from Rayan Farouk. Now that means it's going to be pace from one end, spin from the other. Very international quality of tactics here.
I like this bowler too. You know what his action or who his action reminds me of a little bit?
Who?
Sarfraz Nawaz. Just a little bit. Took 9 wickets in a test match against Australia at the MCG in 1979 in an innings, and the second innings to get his team home in Australia looked like they were cruising to victory.
My generation of Nawaz is a little different one. He's still playing for Pakistan as a spinner.
Yeah, correct. Such a talented team in the 70s, but they just couldn't gel together all the time. I think the best Pakistan team I remember was probably the 90s. All the talent they had, and Imran got them together to win the World Cup in Australia after a sluggish start.
92, that year belongs to Pakistan, isn't it?
It does. Excellent team.
It does. It's a phenomenal team, and as you rightly pointed out, it's the leadership that brought about that change. Oh, that was in the air for a jiffy. That was in the air for just a moment. Enough to get the diving fielder interested. And the second run as well.
Ooh.
Every second run's being completed with a dive just tells you how difficult it's become, the run scoring. Every run is a struggle against stream, and that's what you want to do to your opposition. Pakistani Sultans are on top.
He played that away from the body too.
I think the throw was deliberately slow because no one had arrived to collect it. Had somebody been home, the courier would have been faster.
Oh, I think so. But Manraj starting to play his role, and Arshdeep as you said. I think he was still thinking about that run out. He just needs to forget about that. Now that's long gone. That is ancient history.
Absar Hassan's got a good slower delivery.
And that ended up being a full toss. Worked away for another run.
How many times have we seen a full toss not being put away? In fact, it's gone on to be a wicket-taking delivery as well of late in this particular ground. Just in case you're joining us just now and you're tuning in from India, you can rub your eyes and watch it all that you want again and again. It's 55 for 5 indeed. And this is the Aussie Cricket League Under-19 coming to you live from Brisbane. Queensland's been a lovely place. Sometimes you're better off not getting a hand to it.
No, correct. Let it go down the leg side.
Absar Hassan makes a mistake, but the opposition makes a bigger one.
He's doing his job, Absar, isn't he? He's had some good moments in this tournament, helped get some valuable runs on the first day against the Australians to squeeze a total of over 100.
Yeah, I was having a word with him before this game began.
That's a better shot. Much better shot. Swinging and picking out the gap at mid-wicket for 4.
Just loved this from Manraj. Not just did he pick his spots, but he's also realized that he's going to play his natural game. That's his natural game. 59 for 5. It's important that India do not see this as a situation of walking on eggshells, but a situation that's going to bring out the best in them. Manraj and Arshdeep, two batters who are more than capable of stitching together a good partnership, creating a launch pad so that a crescendo finish can be dreamed about by the Indian Tigers. It might not be 160, 170 as they were thinking early on, but it can be 140, which can turn out to be a fighting total, especially with dew and the ball getting soaked that doesn't travel much if it's in the air. Hit in the air. Ryan Farooq gave away 4 runs in the first 4 balls, gave away as many of the last ball. Not Ryan Farooq, the previous bowler, that is Absar. Ryan Farooq in his first gave away just 4. Would want another tidy over, Dan.
Well, he certainly does, but Arshdeep would love some boundaries and maybe a couple of maximums over the top here if he can, Suhas.
In the 12th over, 13th over.
Yes.
Interesting.
What happened there?
I think he wasn't ready.
Right. Well, he was ready, and then he wasn't ready. He pulled away and the ball was coming down the pitch.
No, he wasn't ready. And the umpire courteous enough to give it as a dead ball because he had sensed that it wasn't deliberate. The umpire sensed that the batter walking away, not facing that delivery, it wasn't deliberate to waste time.
Didn't he settle over? Didn't he settle over his bat? And then at the last minute changed his mind?
I don't know, it was very late for him to pull out of that delivery. He's going at it with hard hands.
Too hard, I think.
Misfield. But that misfield doesn't cost anything.
He said a totally different thing.
They're a bit disappointed with that. I think they're disappointed because the ball spent more time on the ground.
If India score at 5 and over, they get just about 100 from here. They are looking at 130, and I still believe it can be game on if it's 130 under lights and the dew factor as well.
We've got to start taking risks, Suhas.
So they got to time their aggression brilliantly. Manraj can do that. Manraj has already shown signs of aggression. Oh, well.
Piece of bowling again. Quicker one outside the off stump.
Captain Ryan Farooq is flirting with the wide line.
It's a nice shot. Caress to deep cover. Can't score though.
All these youngsters, if you ask them, they say that it's their dream to play in India versus Pakistan contest.
Of course.
The context doesn't matter, but the India versus Pakistan contest itself is big.
Oh, hit on the pad. LBW out. And umpire Steve, when he feels it's out, he put the finger up straight away, and he has. He completely missed that one, Manraj, and they lose their 6th wicket. India, the Indian Tigers further in the mire, 6 for 60.
Going for the cross-batted shot that struck him in line. Missed it completely, didn't he? 60 for 6.
What an outstanding over this has been by the skipper.
That's going to pitch in line. That's going to impact in line. It's going to crash into the middle and off. Manraj, who's played the second cross-batted shot, has failed miserably this time around. It's the manner in which the reckless shot selection is going to be questioned. The coach is not happy. 60 for 6. Now outbox, Manroop Singh, with whom you can expect a lot of sense, calmness.
How does he play it? The way he normally plays it, 26 off 10, 21 off 7 of the 2 matches so far, or does he settle in?
He will score as many runs in all these balls left together as well if need be. He's that kind of a player.
Right.
In day games as well, when you play the 3-day games, 4-day games. Manroop, who's from Amritsar but practices in Mohali.
Right. How far away is Mohali from Amritsar?
You're testing my topography. It's quite a few hours, I can promise you that. It's all the way, you have to drive all the way.
Really?
We'll ask Google as well.
You can do that.
If it's less than what it takes to be at Byron Bay from here, are you taking me there?
I think we're going to run out of time, unfortunately. 4 hours. Next time.
Okay, so
I hope there'll be a next time, and I hope it's up here. They've been great hosts.
3 hours and 46 minutes of driving from Amritsar to Mohali.
Well, it's 4 hours to Byron Bay, and as I say, they've been great hosts, the Twantin Noosa Cricket Club, home of Ben Lachlan now, former Australian one-day and T20 cricketer, Father Trevor, former Test cricketer. And actually opened the bowling with the great Jeff Thompson in a Test match against the West Indies.
Manroop Singh, what would be going on in his mind?
We're in trouble.
That's something that he knows. What would be going on in his mind? He's not allowed to play his natural game right now, is what I sense, because India are in a grave danger of being bundled out here. And Indian batting depth has not been tested this much in all the games put together thus far. It's a team that has played a lot together in other tournaments as well, but it's a tricky situation. He's going to play a captain's innings today, and the captain's innings does not require to be the aggressive kind that he usually subscribes to.
Well, they lost 8 wickets in the first match against Sri Lanka, but a couple of those wickets were very, very late, so a couple of the batters coming in towards the end might have only got a couple of balls to face. This will be fascinating, captain to captain.
Last time this happened,
wide, cut away. It's a great shot to kick it off.
Very unoblivious to what the situation reads on the scorecard. He slapped it past the fielder. Off the mark, Manroop. You tell about the sigh of relief that every batter feels, no matter what the situation or condition or the format is. The first run's always important. That's come by for Manroop Singh. I wonder what the conversation is with the umpire, Steve, because I see Steve having a conversation every 2 minutes. He's someone who loves to put the point across, you know.
Yeah, he does. Look, he's an excellent umpire, but I don't sort of know what he's chatting about here, but he's having a chat to Manroop. Arshdeep's behind him, as you can see. Is it about running over the wicket? Are they going too slowly? Is he just letting the Indians know that the Pakistanis are a bit slow with their bowling?
There's no point letting the Indians know. Of course, that's not something you would have said.
Why?
Why would you let the Indians know that the Pakistanis are slow with their bowling? Doesn't serve anything. We'll try and find out from Simon.
There was a... We're just trying to find out from Simon, the third umpire. Right. There was one ball to go. And it's defended from the crease by Arshdeep. So Manroop will be on strike to start the 13th over.
13 overs gone. A terrific over from Ryan Farouk. 2 runs and a wicket. 61 for 6.
So these two are the two now that, if you can call them experienced, being teenagers, that probably need to get their team to a decent score. Need to be there at the end, I would have thought. If they're 120, 130,
Yeah.
you'd give them a chance of defending that.
130 and it's game on. I'm telling you that it's game on. 130, how do India reach there? That's half as many runs that they've scored right now. No, in fact, as many runs they've scored at right now. They need to get that in 7 overs to reach anywhere near 130. And it's not going to be easy, especially with relentless pace bowling coming their way.
Well, they've brought on the opening bowler, which I think is a terrific piece of captaincy by Ryan Farouk Suhas to bring him on.
Ryan Farouk has been terrific with the way that he's utilised his resources. Arshdeep Singh and Manroop Singh. 2 batters who played a lot together in Amritsar as well.
When you say they played a lot together, when did they started playing together? Under 14s, under 15s?
Not perhaps exactly in that level of cricket,
Right.
but some of the academy matches as well that they play, and the matches they play on their own where they build teams and go for the games, it's those matches.
Afzal Ahmed. None for 14 from 2. Batted beautifully yesterday, 23 off 9 to get them past 150.
What a time to come in and bowl, and what a good delivery first up. There's a hint of swing as well. This is going to be a contest to watch out for. Manroop Singh, who's still finding his feet in the middle, versus Afzal Ahmed, who's so accurate with his yorkers, and a hint of swing is thrown into the mix.
So if you're captain, do you put Rafa on at the other end, knowing that Manroop's out? He's only got 1 to go, or do you save him for a few more yet?
I'll tell you what, Farouk knows that if Manroop gets back into the hut, it's game over for the Indian Tigers in terms of the mental peace that they somehow have managed to gain in the last few overs. Because Manroop is one man who's turned things around so many times for Indian Tigers. Arshdeep has been a little less tested. He was a part of the partnership with Raj yesterday. Dil Raj, that is. But what I like about this situation is that Manroop is unfazed. Manroop saunters down to Arshdeep, talks to him.
Well,
He's unfazed.
we've discussed this. Sign of a great leader that, I mean, who knows how he's going on the inside. You might be paddling on the inside, but on the outside he looks calm, and that's all that counts.
Like a duck.
Like a duck.
But we batters don't like to be compared to a duck, because that's one thing they try and stay away from by scoring runs.
Correct.
Anything else in the pond? Swan. Swan, let's stick with Swan.
Yeah, well, yeah, Swan's nice because they look graceful, don't they?
They are.
Because of the nursery rhyme, turning from an ugly duckling into a swan.
I don't know. I think I studied in a different part of the world, right?
Well, you might have. Oh, I would have thought you might have come across it. It was very popular when I was a kid, but I was a kid a long time before you were even
conceived,
brought into this world.
I think when you were a kid, my parents weren't born.
I've got a feeling I'm older than your parents, yes, sadly. I'm older than most people. Not Grant, but I'm not that far behind the great man. Here's Afzal Ahmed, and driven into the onside. Another run, but they're not getting lots of runs. They're just getting a single here and a single there. Not singles everywhere.
Afzal Ahmed doesn't mind giving runs in binary digits. Just keeps the pressure on. Projected score 92. What do you think this conversation would be about? 2 fast bowlers discussing the field. One of them designated to wipe the ball.
Time for Yorker.
If you're going to bowl a Yorker, then the change in field is to double bluff, isn't it?
Correct. Half-paced delivery.
He's grown from strength to strength ever since Afzal has set foot in Australia.
It's a full toss, and it sort of surprised Manroop, who managed to squeeze that away off his midriff. Oh, the return was okay, and there was a little bit of stumbling and bumbling.
What's happened to the running today? There hasn't been not even a
Did Menroop get two there?
double that you could be very comfortable about. I can't say.
Yes, they got two because the ball sort of landed well inside the circle.
And still the second run is on. But had that been a clean collect, well, it's not a clean collect from Saif. Perhaps one rare mistake in 2 games. But had that been a clean collect, Mandroop would have been the man to go back.
Well, it's not like Menroop to take risks, but he hasn't. Have a look. Oh, he missed it. Well, he was not even in the picture.
That would have been a disaster for the Indian Tigers.
Wow.
The Pakistani Sultans know that they've tamed the Tigers. They got to keep them that way. 63 for 6. I think they're checking the height of the no ball here, Dan.
Right, okay.
If it is a no ball or no.
Yeah, Simon's having a good look at it.
And now here's where you need to be also cautious of the fact that where exactly was Mandroop standing in.
He's slightly
that
crouched.
waistline shouldn't change. Yes, he's slightly crouched. The waistline wouldn't change. So the initial waistline is a reference point.
No ball.
That's why it's all right.
Yep.
Good decision.
Outstanding young umpire, Simon. I believe he's doing the final tomorrow, so congratulations to him.
You've got some good umpires for sure. Steve, Ian,
Yes.
Simon.
Well, Ian's been around a long time, as Grant has said. Knows him very well, of course, from Brisbane.
And
Great
this is
cricket.
what he'll do time and again. Oh, that's also slipped through the ball. Isa cannot believe it. That cricket ball, masquerading as a cricket ball, is a bar of soap.
Well, he missed that earlier and taking a catch, Isa, when he absolutely
Bad
misjudged
ball.
one.
That's a bad ball.
Oh, yes.
Rank bad ball from Afzal Ahmed,
Yep.
and it's been put away for 4. Mandroop Singh, he is the man whom Indian Tigers have pinned their hopes on. 14 overs, 69 for 6.
Well, while he's there, anything could happen. If he stays another couple of overs and they get another 12 or 13 runs, they're 6 for 82, and then I reckon he'll launch. So Harshdeep on strike, who's battled hard here. Hasn't been a fluent innings from him, but he's still there as he faces Rayan and gets another single. But he's probably doing the right thing now because Manroop's the man that needs to be on strike, Suhas.
Right, and I'm interested in knowing who's going to bowl the next 5 overs. If Rayan Farouk is having one more after this one, then he can bowl out, of course, because he's bowled well. But there is Abdul Rafi has got one important over up his sleeve. Afzal Ahmed 1, Harun Nadeem 1. So it's going to be Pacers finishing it off with Rayan Farouk being the only spinner.
We haven't seen Easy yet, and I did see him before the match started. And I said, I love your bowling action, the windmill style of Max Walker and Alan Thompson. I said, why did you decide to go with that? He said, I just did. Work for me, and it does work for me.
Yeah, it does.
6 for 70. Oh, it's driven fluently.
There is a lot of conviction with which Mandroop Singh hits that cricket ball. Even if it's for a single.
He's a beautiful player. He's also a belligerent player too.
This right-hand, left-hand combination, the Indian Tigers are banking on. It's bearing fruits for the moment.
Didn't put that away.
I think more than the bowler, the batter becomes more surprised, and because he's engulfed in that surprise, doesn't put away that full toss. That's the only reason I can find that so many full tosses are turning out to be wickets.
Or dot balls.
Edged and no, that's put down. The curse is coming back now. Saif, get back into the safe zone. He's missed 2 opportunities within a span of 15 minutes.
Now, how much did he get to that glove-wise? I reckon it nearly went through the gloves.
Edged. Should have been
Didn't
taken.
get through the gloves. He didn't touch the gloves at all.
That's a beautiful shot from Manroop. Guides it down to Isa. Who's going to find a way to attract the attention of the captain here, Isa? That he exists too. 15 overs gone, 74 for 6.
So 5 overs left. Suhas going off for a rest, and Grant O'Hara to join me for the last 5 overs of the Indian Tigers innings.
Thank you, Samash. Thank you. Hi, Dan.
G'day, Grant. It's an interesting battle at the moment.
Isn't it? Look, I've been impressed with Ashdeep's innings. 22 of 27. Look, it's like it's the old story here. You don't know what the conditions are like till the next team bats. You know, I've got a feeling that this isn't quite as easy as it might be. You know, I think the ball's just sticking in the wicket a little bit. There's still movement. There's a bit of dew, which plays for both the batting and against both the batting and the fielding side. But yeah, like I think 100 runs. I'm still comfortable if they can get to 100. It's still game on.
With Manroop there, I reckon they're a massive chance. And he manages to get that away through the outfield.
You've been impressed with Manroop?
Oh, I love him. Yeah, 26 off 10, 21 off 7. Took 2 wickets in the first match for 9. He got 2 wickets in the opening over against the Australians yesterday. Didn't bowl as well yesterday, but captained well. He's got a very calm disposition about him. I said to Suhas a bit earlier, you don't know what he's thinking maybe inside. He could be paddling away and be a little bit flustered, but on the outside he just looks exactly the same, whether they're going well or whether they're battling a bit, as they have been in this innings.
I tell you what, I really enjoyed that leggies over, last over. The
captain.
Yeah, that was a terrific over, and what a great ball that drew that shot. That would have been swallowed by first slip. So yeah, he's giving it nice flight. I'm looking forward to seeing his next over.
Plays with a very famous Premier Cricket club in Melbourne in the second, St Kilda, Rayan Farouk.
Definitely, Shane Warne's club.
Shane Warne's club. Nick Jewell, a lot of very good players.
Proud of him. Yeah, definitely.
Sean Graff.
Yes.
Round the wicket, edging. That would have been first slip taking that, but no first slip. And a perfect shot from Manroop. Goes to the boundary for 4.
I like the way he crafted that. He just got enough batter to get it wide of the keeper. Nice bowling there. It gave him nothing, gave him no width. The reason he couldn't get that square is because the ball was tracking in hard, tight to him. So he had to throw the gloves at it. It just got enough of it to clear the keeper and get down for 4.
So why didn't they have protection that was a bit finer then, if he was aiming to sort of bowl in that vicinity, to try and get the edge?
Sometimes I think they actually set fields for bad balls. But that's a good ball.
Okay. Very good ball.
Good, and so you're right. I know where you're heading there, Dan. For a good ball, that's the field. But they're worried about the square of the wicket shot.
Wide of the off stump, and he got on the one knee, a la Kim Hughes, but the left-handed style to get a cover drive for a single.
Kim Hughes.
Beautiful. That the Centenary Test.
Beautiful. Oh, what an innings.
On the Lord's roof for 6 on one knee. It was as good a batting performance as we're likely to see.
He got 100 against the West Indies.
Oh, yeah, the
he
MCG.
only made 200.
Yeah, it was, and then we had them 4 for 10 at stumps. The great man had grabbed 3, including Viv off the last ball of the day, playing on.
One of the great
Taking a hand off the bat. Oh, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, definitely. But we're back here. And what a game we got going, shaping up here.
Slow one from Absar, and it beats the bat of Ashdeep.
Ashdeep hanging in there, not quite batting at 100, 23 off 29. We're approaching the end of the 16th over here. And Absar Hussain about to bowl out his allotted 4 overs. Projected score 102. You'd like to think if they've got a couple, if they keep these guys in they could probably get past that with a couple of big overs towards the end.
There's a third umpire check here.
The third umpire here on the walkie-talkie to the umpires out in the middle. So we're going back to umpire's call.
Was that for an appeal for catch behind?
Well, I hear the umpires here, Dan, talking about the angle. We don't have the angle.
Oh, how many in the circle?
Right, okay. We need the wide angle shot to
Yeah,
see
which
if
we
they have
don't
the right
have.
number. Right, to see if we've got the right number of fielders in the circle. That would be a fairly big mistake by Pakistan. They've been so sharp all night. You know, they've done a terrific job in the field.
I just think if it happens the first time, you give them a warning. Absar bowls again, and this is in the air, but driven nicely through the covers. He managed to beat the infield. Again, a bit loose, but it doesn't matter so much now in the closing stages of a T20 match, as long as you get bat on ball and get some runs. 24 to Arshdeep and 6 for 82 now in the 16th over. It's been a real battle for them.
Manroop, 14 off 9. He holds keys, doesn't he?
Oh, he does. He's the one.
Isn't he? Yeah,
he's the one.
If he can be there at the end, then there's a chance that projected score of 105. It could go quite clear of that, and then it's game on now. Anything above 110. I just look, Dan. I'm not sure that this is so easy to bat out here at the moment. You know, under lights, the conditions have been magnificent all day. But there, as you're saying that, you went out last night. You said.
Thursday night, I thought we'd had 5 millimetres of rain.
Right,
if not more.
okay.
I thought we had the typical Brisbane or Queensland tropical thunderstorm.
Righto. Well, that is hard for the bowling team because the ball gets wet, but it also does a little bit to the wicket, of course. It makes it move a little bit more.
6 for 82 round the wicket. Assad bowls again and beats Manroop. That was an absolute peach. And they're going to go for a run here. This is very lazy fielding. And they were asleep, the fielders, and he will keep the strike. The ball was still in play, and it is an overthrow, and that is also a team and coach and captain killer.
Yeah, umpire Barsby calling boys. He called boys then, which of course it was. So that actually goes against the wicket keeper.
Which is unfair.
Well, he actually created it too by the same token. But you're right, he didn't get support from his team there, and that's what I've noticed in the last game too. Our under-19 players just losing a little bit of concentration. And that's
dropped as he got one that just held up on the wicket a little bit, and he fended it back very limply indeed, and it surprised Absar, and he couldn't hang on, and he's followed through. It was a half-hearted shot, Grant, wasn't it? He just sort of played it. Certainly not in the middle of the bat and just fended it back, steered it back to the bowler and surprised him and he couldn't hang on.
It was in that really awkward length, which is all credit to the bowler, and that little bit of trampoline bounce, he wasn't sort of far enough forward to go through the shot. Certainly wasn't back, so all credit to the bowler, but boy, you know, you'd like to think you'd catch that one at that stage, you know, to have India at 7 for 83 with still 4 overs to go. That's you know, that could be a little momentum shift potentially for India here, Dan.
Just got to take your chances. This is, I think, one of the main reasons why the Australian Kangaroos won today. Took 2 absolutely ripping catches.
Weren't they?
Catches win matches often, don't they?
They do, and that gave so much energy to the fielding side when they took these dismissals when they were available.
So 4 overs to go. It's been a real battle this innings for the Indians.
So Manroop on strike there, just saying to his partner, look, I think they're going to be into me as a left-hander.
Aruna's bowled well, 1 for 11. His last over wide of the off stump, and he reached for that, and it won't be called a wide because he reached for it.
And I think he must have. Well, I think he must have got a little bit on that.
He might have too.
Do you think? Because it certainly was the guide. Now the umpire told me those lines are just guides.
Yes.
And certainly, if they shift across the crease just prior to the bowler bowling, then it's a subjective. Becomes a little bit difficult to call wides.
He didn't move his feet, but he hung the bat out a mile, didn't he? He gets a full toss, gets a top edge. Is it going to land safely? Dropped. The keeper hasn't taken it. He hasn't had a good last few overs or so after being really good for the last match and a half. Saif got the top edge, got it on the splice of the Batman Roop, and he wasn't able to get there in time. It was a good effort to say it's mine, it's mine, it's mine, but he wasn't able to complete the catch and get the job done. So catch was dropped in consecutive overs now, Grant, by the Sultans.
Yeah, look, maybe it's the old keeper coming out at me, but I thought there was more of first slip, the first one, and that one there, as you said, Dan, he committed beautifully to that, gave it his all, and was certainly a difficult chance, but yeah.
He uses his feet to drive the next one down the ground, arse deep, but only one run, 6 for 85. And the run rate is still pretty low.
Have a look at the figures here of Haroon Nadeem. 1 for 13. He's nearly finished his overs. Now, wasn't this the fellow who said they saw on the nets and they said
they did?
You're in the side.
Yes.
Good decision.
The coach liked what he saw in about a 15-minute session.
Gee,
Manroot goes high this time. He got underneath it. Has he got enough of it? You bet he has. It's gone for 6.
Manroot, good shot.
Manroot at his best.
He didn't really even seem to get all of that. Then it just sailed over the boundary. What a lovely shot. Yes, he did. He got under that. He got that nicely.
I didn't think that was a particularly bad ball. I think it was just the great skill of Manroot.
It's one of those bowler killers where you've done your job and then the batter gets in and he just gets one better on you.
Put that over forward square leg.
Do you know what's nice there, Dan? He's anchored himself.
Yeah.
So that means you get his levers going.
Correct.
So once you get your levers going, you give yourself a chance, don't you?
You do. You got to stand still best you can. Full toss, but he misses.
You don't miss full tosses at this time of the game, unfortunately. That's one back for the bowler there.
So I think the first error I've seen him make in 3 games of cricket.
I like you. Look at him, 21 of 14. That's been clearly the better batting of the Indian innings. 6 for 91.
But it's allowed arse deep, even though he's just battling a bit, to just hang in there.
Definitely.
Knowing Manroot will keep that scoreboard ticking over the best he can. And again, he gets another one where the pace was taken off and it ended up being a full bunger and he misses once more. I think trying too hard to hit that, just noodle it around the corner.
I agree with you, Dan. Like, that's just go back to a good cricket shot. You know, sometimes you do go that slogger's corner, you do get get down on one knee and go hard, but sometimes, particularly full tosses, just play a good cricket shot. What you should be able to do with the full toss is hit it into a pocket. And by that I mean where there's a good space between so you can pick up 2. You pick up 2 at this stage of the game, then you're doubling your score every time. And, again, young players learning their craft. Clearly he's a good player, this Manroot, but don't miss full tosses at this time of the game, at this stage of the game.
So Rayan Farouk, we haven't seen the windmill bowler. I call him the windmill bowler because he bowls like Max Walker and Alan Froggy Thompson in Issa, who bowled in the previous 2 games. So I'm not sure that he'll come on now because Abdul's got an over to go.
I love this.
And Azhar's got an over to go, and the captain.
Is this the leggy?
Yes, it is. Rayan Farouk.
Yeah, I love watching these guys bowl now. Let's just see if he gives us a little bit of flight, get it above that eye line. He does.
And going down the ground is R-stroke. That's a great shot. Lofts it over long on for 6.
That was a beautiful shot, and that is the lot of a slow bowler. You know, sometimes you gamble, you throw it above the eye line. If the batter's good enough, he hits it for 6, and on this occasion, that's exactly what happened. There's not a lot of spin. The reason there's a lot of spin is because, as you said, Ian, there's some dew. So the ball finds it very hard to grip when it's like that. So you've actually got to work with flight. Now, what young bowlers normally do now is they really want to spear it in, and look, that's probably not going to be a bad option, because if it slides on, LBW comes into play.
Oh, he attempts to cut that away. I reckon he might have got an edge on that, and Saif has clutched to that and dropped it.
He did. He just looked at the umpire gave him a nod. He pushes that through beautifully. It does slide, and the poor keeper, he just grabbed at that. That's where you're just wanting to have soft hands.
Drives down the ground again. An expansive drive will bring Manroop on strike. Arshdeep, his second consecutive 30 in the tournament.
And just soft hands and give with the ball, and they sort of your first instinct maybe is to snatch at it.
Well, the great Darren Berry from Victoria said that allow the ball to melt in your hands.
That's it.
Chris Reed,
he's a good player,
former England wicket-keeper, but he didn't play a lot of Test cricket because it was in the era of Adam Gilchrist. He wasn't a great bat. Was the same. Peter Anderson from Queensland and South Australia the same. Attempts to cut the next one and not successful. Here's Manroop.
That's called wide.
It's called wide.
Get that again. Look, LBW's in play here. He misses because he's now going to start sliding it in, and will slide off the wicket. So LB is right in play.
6 for 99, but he gets underneath this and whacks it over mid-wicket. Magnificent blow. And that is one of the best shots of the tournament, and it's from the skipper, who's leading from the front. The Indian team are out of their chairs. The organisers, who I think might have a little bit of an interest in India in this tournament, are pretty happy as well. And that is a magnificent blow. That's ending up virtually on the roof of the cricket nets, which we've seen a couple of blows go that way.
Gee, we've got it back. I had a feeling he's going to even spare this in even more quickly this time. Oh, well bowled.
And it goes down the ground as a flat bat drive that he miscued. And wasn't that far away from Rayan Farouk either.
Rayan, good on you, mate. He hang tough there. He still gave that a little bit of flight. And this is the lot. This is the lot of a slow bowler. They are valued big time in this format these days, and I'm so glad they are. They're so good to watch, but you've got to have a little bit of courage. So let's see if he just throws this up again. See if he can buy this wicket.
As Droops in, gets a full toss, and he slams it down the ground for one. He'll keep the strike. 18 overs gone. They're 6 for 107. The run rate, current one, Grant, just under 6 and over.
Wow.
They can still, I reckon, get to 130, and you take that considering they were 5 for 27. So they've added 1 for 80 after that awful start.
Yeah, good call, Dan. Look at this. They've just hung in there. You've said they've played well all tournament, and now they're starting to set themselves up for a score that is defendable, potentially defendable. Look at Manroop. He's well, you called it. You know, you've liked the way he's played all tournament. 28 of 17. This is a fair knock.
And you've got to give credit to Rashdeep, who was involved in that dreadful run out, and his teammate, we saw him on the screen, was shattered. He was shattered himself, and he's had to put that behind him, and he's still there. And look, he's battled at times to find his timing, but
well, the best way to respond to that is actually do the job for the team, you know. And in these types of conditions, you needed someone like him just to anchor it. And look, he could have got upset with that and then lost concentration, but I think he said, "Look, I'm going to be here now. This is what I need for the team. This is what and I've got a great player coming in, this Manroop." So that's been a good result.
Afzal Ahmed to bowl the last over. His last over at this inside out spoon shot. Great catch! What a catch that is! Wonderful catch, taken a couple of metres from the ground by Saeem at long on. He lunged forward and he's entered the innings of Rashdeep. That is superb. What a catch! And as we've said a few times, Grant, catches win matches. They can keep you in a match as well, and they needed that urgently, the Sultans.
That was a terrific catch. They're never easy at all. He's had to pick up this ball and he's had to run in and go forward. He slips at the end, but no wonder he's happy with that. He deserves to be happy. That is a terrific catch. And wickets are still important. They're so important. So that brings in the number 9. So 7 down, brings in the number 9. He'll want to be giving the strike as much as he can to Manroop here, who's frankly on fire. And look, I like this new law. Just because you crossed, even if you did cross, and you know, it's still the.
You like it, do you?
I do, yeah.
Why?
Well, I just think that the incoming batsman should be. I just basically think the incoming batsman should be the next one taking strike. You know, none of this. Did they cross? Didn't they cross? You know, if you're next in to face.
I think if you clearly cross, though, if you hit the ball down the ground, they would have clearly crossed. I'm okay with that, but if it's halfway and you're unsure, then you go back to the new batter coming in. But anyway, the rule's in place and we just have to accept it, don't we?
Yeah.
So well done to Afzal Ahmed. He's deserved a wicket. He's bowled better than those figures indicate. So it's 7 for 107, 11 balls left. They've got to try and get Manroop on strike. And the Pakistanis will be doing their best to squeeze here.
Projected score 118.
And this is the young spinner, Nilhal Desai.
Look, I'm thinking that if they get to 120, nearly 130, that's one of those really tricky targets to actually have to chase down. It's kind of like one of those in between. It's not low enough to get them, you know, sort of without too much trouble, but it could be just in that tricky zone. So India, game on in the Tigers. Manroop holds the keys.
Below that, just 3. 0-3.
So Desai will try and knock it around. And he knocks it into the offside. There's a throw at the end. Manroop is running 2 and it misses. It might have been trouble for the Indian Tigers, but it missed, so he survives. And that was good play by Nilhal Desai to get bat on ball, played into the offside, into short cover. And I think that Manroop was in diabolical trouble then, Grant.
Yeah, I think so. I think a direct hit would have been curtains, but it is also was important to maybe take that risk at this stage of the game to get him on strike as cleanly and as well as he's hitting.
Seven for 108, 10 balls left.
We've got men out on every main boundary of the field.
Long off, long on.
Where's Manroop?
Deep cover.
Looking here along the ground.
Yes, he swings it nicely, but only gets 1 down to long on. 7 for 109. He's got 29 of 18 now.
So Nilhal Desai back on strike. Again, he'll be looking for at least a single. But if the ball's there to hit, he's got to hit it too. So if he gets a loose ball, it's got to go. It's got to go the journey.
Strike rate in the tournament over 200 so far, Grant. Manroop 76 off 36. As Desai gets ready to face, and he drops it into the offside but can't score. That's an important dot ball for the Sultans.
Yeah, look at him just saying, maybe if I just opened the blade a little bit there, I might have missed that short cover. No, and let's try and get it away from anyone inside the circle. Get Manroop back on strike.
And the skipper was there at short cover. And now he has a swing and a miss. And appeal for a catch. Saif took that nicely behind the stumps.
It's a lovely wobble through the air too by Afzal. They've just held that seam up, and that just did enough to beat. But at this stage of the game, Nilhal Desai, bat to ball, no matter where the ball is. Make sure you get that wood on it.
Or do you go the really conservative route and just play it out and allow Manroop the last over? Let's see what happens. Afzal Ahmed bowls. He swings away. He's not going for that. That's a good shot, but it goes out the deep and it wrong foots the fielder. It wrong foots the fielder. He stuck his hand out and it went the wrong way and a misfield. We've seen a couple of boundaries in recent overs where they should have been stopped by the Pakistanis and they're not. Also wrong-handed more than wrong-footed the fielder. And a beautiful pull shot through the onside by Desai brings up a handy boundary for the Indian Tigers. They're 7 for 113 with an over remaining.
Well, got a good result in the end. You got plenty on it, and whilst it was sort of in the vicinity, there's probably just ducked away, but I'd much rather not go one-handed. I know he was trying to get the ball in. He was probably trying to get Manroop off strike and get it in quickly, but safety first. Make sure you take it two hands, get the ball in, and then see how you go with the last over.
Has fielding changed a lot in regard to when we all first started and we were told to make sure we put one knee down and we get right behind the ball?
Yeah,
it doesn't seem to happen as much now.
No, there's a fellow called Mike Young who was the
yes, very good Australian fielding coach.
And he was a baseball player, and he actually, I think he's largely responsible for the change in attitude to fielding and the change in technique.
It seemed to work that though. Start of the last over. It's a slow one from Rafe. He's got plenty of this, Manroop, but not enough. He's been caught in the deep. That's a big wicket for the Pakistan Sultans. He got a little bit deceived by the slow one, and Abdul Rafe has picked up his 4th wicket in this innings. He's come back on for the last over, and unfortunately for the Indian Tigers, Manroop Singh has got underneath it. It went higher than it went longer and has holed out in the deep, out for 29.
I've got a feeling, Dan, that is a pivotal moment in this game. The tricky total for me was that 125-ish. And now I've got a sense that maybe that's not going to be in the frame for the Indian side, which will bring them in under 120 and could just be that difference between these two sides. I mean, that's a nice safe catch. It did go high in the air, didn't it?
It did. It was an excellent catch. You still got to take them, don't you?
Still got to take them. Oh, that's right. Don't forget, there's probably a little bit of dew on that ball, so he had to take that catch, and it was the big wicket of Manroop, who batted beautifully.
Now here's this tall young bowler who'll be opening the bowling. He'll bowl the second over of the innings if Manroop continues with what he's done in the other matches when they're bowled. Payush Kant is the batter at number 10, getting ready to face Abdul Rafe with his tail up, and he swings this time. Is it going to land safely? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. He's on a hat-trick. Saim's taken the catch. He slid it away on the offside, and Abdul Rafe having a party. 9 for 113. He's taken his second 5-wicket haul.
Well done. Congratulations. I mean, you're into that do I or don't I position where do I swing hard this last over and take the risk of leaving us short of finishing our overs, which is actually one of the cardinal sins in T20. You must bat out the overs no matter what. You never know if... What I would like to see the Indians now is push for that 120. So get to the 120, make it 121, game on, still got something to play for there. And let's see what happens now.
Try and get Desai on strike, just get bat on ball. But he's done well, this young man, hasn't he?
Oh, extremely well. Look at those 4 wickets. There's a hat-trick.
We've seen a few players on a hat-trick. We haven't seen anyone get it. The closest was Matthew Holmes for Australia against Pakistan. He got consecutive wickets, was on a hat-trick, missed the hat-trick and got a wicket the next ball.
Yeah, so what have we got left? I think we've got 4 balls left. 4 balls remaining. 7 to get to 120.
That score to me is 9 for 113. And Abdul Rafe has 5 for 10. The last man at the crease now. And by process of elimination,
Abdul Rafai.
it's Paratham Pal Singh. Got to get bat on ball and try and bring Nihal Desai, showing he can hit a boundary. Abdul Rafai on a hat-trick. Looking to finish with the unbelievable figures of 6 for 10. Hat-trick ball. He swings. He just gets a little bit of bat onto the pad and rolls a couple of metres in front, and they scamper through for a run. Well done, young fella. They're all young to me anyway. 9 for 114.
He wasn't just patting that back. He looked like he wanted to go for the boundary there. Hat-trick or no hat-trick. So, with 3 balls remaining, I think 120 is just that sort of that mental barrier that may just play into the minds of the Pakistanis. They have what we've gone for. What was it? 4 for 35, 5 for 35,
5 for 27.
right?
Yeah.
5 for 27.
Here's Abdul Rafai to bowl now to Nihal Desai. He tries to swing at that one, which was the slower delivery. He didn't move his feet. He hung the bat out, and he's missed.
He's a good player, this fella.
1 run from 4 balls and 2 wickets in this over. What a great last over this has been.
He's given that, taken pace right off. He's given them nothing to hit. He has bowled Pakistan into a very strong position in this game. But Dan, we won't know what the conditions are really like until the second team bats.
Still got runs on the board, the Indians.
Exactly.
And he again gets one outside the off stump.
Ooh.
It's called a wide. It's called a wide, and they're going to review it, which I think's fair enough because he moved across his stumps outside the off stump then.
I agree with you, Dan. I'm not calling that a wide. He's no review on wide, so there's no call. They keep going. Well, watch this in replay. Does he start moving? Yes. He moves before the ball's delivered.
Yeah, no doubt. He did move. He stuck that left foot out.
The umpires are looking after each other here. They reckon that is. I'm going to call that one. I thought that was definitely not a wide. But
it's been called a wide.
Ian Barsby, that's all that matters. He called it, and that's all that really matters.
9 for 115. They need to add that score on. He swings this next one over the top to the boundary for 4. It was just a little bit short, angled slightly down the leg side, and he flicked it beautifully off his toes over forward square leg. Great boundary, an important boundary, and gee, they needed that. 9 for 119.
That's a really good shot. Kept his head down, anchored his feet, swung across the line. It wasn't sort of angled into middle stump, and that 119. So there's this 120. Anything above 120, and I genuinely think it's seriously game on. I really do. If the Indians bowl to a plan, it's very similar to the Pakistani guys, they're going to get a lot of support from these conditions.
Last ball of the innings. And he comes across his stumps to try and ramp shot it. Can Saif throw the stumps down? I think he has. I'm not sure that Pratham Pal Singh has made it home.
I'm going to give him in because I think he's boys. Yeah, he's been given in because instead of throwing it, he ran to the stumps.
He did.
So he's in a foot race against the batter, and that's made sure that he's made it on time. Had he thrown it, he's dived at it. He reminded me of Jonty Rhodes.
Correct.
Remember Johnny Rhodes doing that at the Gabba?
Oh, he did it a couple of times.
I saw that live. But this is, instead of throwing at the stumps.
Why didn't someone get up at the stumps too?
Well, it's the bat's in the air. I reckon he was out. Could have reviewed it, was it? Yeah.
Well, Steve's having a good look at it.
The bat's in the air. That is out.
Yeah, the bat is in the air. You're right.
No. What are we calling it?
A run. Not out, Simon. Not out. Thank you, Simon.
That's all we need.
And so they finished at 9 for 120. They played out their 20 overs, India. It was a battle. And so they've set Pakistan 121 to win. If Pakistan win, they're in the final. if India manage to defend this, the Kangaroos are in the final after their big win over the Lankan Lions. Well, they were 5 for 27. The top order fell apart. It took a nice innings by Arshdeep Singh despite being involved in a run out, 33 off 37. Got a bit of support from Kalon, 15 off 24. Manroop Singh, 29 off 19, did what he did. And Desai at the end, 9 off 7. So 121 the target. Good bowling here, Grant. Ahmad 1 for 28, but the star was Abdul Rafi, 5 for 16 to go with his 5 wickets against Australia the other night. And he must be in the clubhouse as the leader for the player of the series.
Oh, seriously, Abdul Rafi, that was a terrific bowling spell. And what I really loved is that, to me, he looked like he was bowling to a plan. And it's one thing to have a plan, but it's another thing to stick to it. But, Dan, can I ask you a question?
Ask me anything you like.
Why was Manroop batting so low when he bats that well?
Well, I think because he is the finisher.
Okay.
And I think that they like him to bat down the order a bit and play his natural game. His natural game is to hit and get runs quickly and, of course, have a strike rate of well over 100. That's my understanding of that. And I think they felt that they could get a bit of a partnership going with Manraj and Arshdeep, and they did. And then he could come in and play the way he normally plays. And he did, and they've managed to squeeze 9 for 120. Is it enough, Grant?
Look, I actually, you know what I'm going to call it? I think it is.
You think it is?
I do, actually, yeah, I do. I just think that the wicket and the conditions have changed markedly to what they were today. And that's just due to the fact that there's a little bit of dew around there now. I just don't think it's coming through, Dan. I think it's holding in the wicket, which means that batters are second-guessing themselves. So when you start second-guessing, you start playing those, as we saw a couple of times there, those in-between shots, which means that you're not fully committed. So, you know what? I think the Australians, I wouldn't be surprised if that is enough and the Indians actually do go through with that. I mean, that's my call.
Well, we'll know soon if they do. The Kangaroos, who dropped their first 2 games and had a big win against Sri Lanka, against the Lankan Lions, and had to chase down 111 and 80 balls and did it comfortably with 17 balls to spare, believe it or not, in the halfway mark of the 11th over. A great win by the Kangaroos. So should the Tigers beat the Sultans, Australia and India in the final tomorrow, but should the Sultans chase down 121, they'll play the Indian Tigers in the final tomorrow. And India and Pakistan in a cricket final always girds the loins, doesn't it, Grant?
Absolutely. It's just really got me going. They're excited about that, Dan. So I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be fantastic. Cannot wait. Grant O'Hara, Dan Lonergan and Sue Haas to join you for the run chase very, very shortly. The target for the Indian Tigers to defend 120. The target for the Pakistani Sultans to win the game and play in the final 121. I think you're absolutely fantastic. Can I just make one suggestion? And when the ball is calling, and I know you're getting excited, everyone does it, just try not fall over again, just wait like a couple of times. It was a great catch and you called, and another one and you sort of shouted over the top. But I mean, that'll come just with a bit more time, but it's just something that I always have learned over the years, so yeah, that's okay. I think you're fantastic at it, absolutely great. You do a good job. Enjoying it? Yeah. Love it? You're looking after all the travel to come back and forth? You'd rather not do it? There's plenty of room in our place. There's a couch at our place. Sure. Is it built up or is it a lot of open? I'm sure they'll get the easy one. I'll just go and check the outfield. So Ash, you and I start. I'll drop out after 5 overs. We'll wait there, catch it. You have your leg there? Yeah. No worries. Yeah, we're ready. Oh, they're yours, are they?
Yeah.
Sorry, mate. You have to come on. No worries. No worries. I need to say no worries. Oh, all the time. Welcome back. 121 needed. Now, Suhas, what do you think? Is it enough?
Should be.
Should be enough by India, you reckon?
Should be.
Should be.
Yeah. You never know with wickets playing tricks. You never know. But Pakistani Sultans will take it any day of the week.
Yeah, they were reasonably
Remember,
happy.
It's a side that has not changed much.
No.
First ball from Captain Mandroop. A hinter swing. While the keeper was absorbed in appeal, the ball further ran away. It's going to be four. It's a painful start for the Indian Tigers. The Pakistani Sultans don't mind this.
Mohammad Talar hasn't really got going in the tournament so far. The best partnership in that innings was 47 for the Indian Tigers. And
Manroop Singh scores the runs now that he has to bowl at. Manroop Singh.
He's a key, isn't he?
That's a much better line and length. It's an interesting field set, to be honest. He's got a backward point and not a point which is conventional. I think he's expecting the batter to play as late as possible. If that is the case, then he'll be able to extract a bit more swing in the air.
And hope that maybe he doesn't get over the top of it and play it in the air too, backward point.
Oh, fair enough. And I think he's done his homework. That's exactly why. Many a time we've seen Mohammad do that. Play a late shot, but interestingly no slip. The keeper himself is masquerading as a first slip, but that's not going to help if this is the line. Manroop Singh knows that the cushion is already less. If Indian Tigers have to make a game out of this, the only way to go forward is wickets. I do not see them restrict Pakistani Sultans within the allotted 20 overs if wickets do not fall at regular intervals. So this game for Manroop Singh and co must be about 10 good balls.
I've never seen an umpire with so much gear on him. He looks like he's about to go to the building site, Steve. And this is down the leg side again, not taken cleanly by Ashdeep, and 2 runs on the board. So this has not been a great start by the skipper.
Some of the deliveries from Manroop Singh are perfect for a left-hander. The only problem is there isn't one at the moment there.
Nope. There is now.
He was 2 deliveries early. That's quite a preempting to do.
That's good.
What I've loved about the Aussie Cricket League Under-19 competition so far is the fact that the players are learning very quickly. Look at Saif, for example. A horrible game to start with behind the wicket, and then he comes back with gems. And those dismissals are something they'll remember for a while. Superb swing.
And they put a slip in too, which is a great idea.
His pace has increased compared to yesterday. Manroop Singh, it felt like he was jogging in and not delivering his 100%. Even though that cut the mustard yesterday, but today, a little more swing and pace. Rayan Farooq, the captain of Pakistan.
What would they prefer to do? Knock Pakistan out or play them in the final? Another one down the leg side, another wide.
That will make for some viewing for sure. If you can have another contest of this kind, we can rekindle the rivalry. They're banking on India to win. The Australians, remember that.
Of course they are.
So there are at least 14 or 15 Aussies who've dished yellow for today.
Ooh,
Some swing. This
Huge
is Manroop's swing.
he'd be good in England, wouldn't he? Imagine an overcast day early in the season at Edgbaston or Yorkshire or right up north at Durham, at Chesterland Street, as I said to you yesterday, one of my favourite cricket grounds in the world because of the name. Wouldn't it be great to see him in those conditions in a 4-day match wearing the white clothing?
Yeah, marvellous, isn't it? Good ball. And love the way Rayan adjusted to this ball as well. That's some conviction moving outside off and meeting the ball. I won't be surprised if Ashdeep gets a little more chirpier as this over is progressing. The problem for Manroop has been the wides. Those are the only runs conceded off the bat.
Oh,
This is testing bowling, probing bowling. 1 over gone, 8 for no loss.
further 113 required. So you're impressed with the way the Indians fought back from 5 for 27. They looked in real trouble. Parlous situation for them at that stage.
Absolutely right, and for that to happen, you just knew that Ashdeep and Manroop had to provide the runs, and they did. India would not be content with this figure, but they have something to bowl at now. Pakistani Sultans coached by Sohail, they would believe they can get there. All they need is a very good start. Mohammad Tala can provide them one, as he's done so many times before. For all the teams that he's played for, in fact. And someone who's well versed with these conditions as well. Underlights the swinging ball. But can Piyush Kant test his outside edge? Or, as Piyush does often, the inside edge?
Correct. And maybe a bit of bounce, if there's still a bit of trampoline bounce out there. I've been out, it's a wide straight away.
Every wide delivery is being cheered, Dan.
Yep.
Tells you the intensity of the contest.
I've been out on the ground. I've checked the outfield. It's sodden. It's sodden. Because of the dew. We had a beautiful day in Noosa, around 27, 28 degrees. And I think that we expected it would be a bit dewy. Oh, hit on the pad.
Very good delivery from Piyush Kant.
Half-hearted appeal.
The genius from Jammu, as they call him. For the slight swing he generates.
It's a big nickname to have when you're 18 years old.
True. But it's a good nickname to have earned in India.
And this is down the leg side. Pill for a catch down the leg side, but it's called a wide.
He's gone
by umpire Barsby.
He's going to wait. Piyush Kant is going to wait before he signals that he wants to go up for the review. He thinks it's got something on it.
Oh, no.
Yes, there was a deflection.
Do you think so?
Yes, there was a deflection. I felt there was a deflection. Oh, we don't know. Not out.
Not out.
That's the decision that matters. That's the decision. The commentators can harp on all that they want to, but the decision that matters is one of the men out there, the umpire, Piyush Kant.
How do they control the swing? That's just become a bit of an issue for them, hasn't it?
Swing is good to have. Control is even better.
But they're just not controlling it at the moment.
What's bigger right now, the bat swing or the ball swing?
I think the ball swing is more important, but you don't want to keep giving away wides.
Piyush Kant.
Oh, that's a ripper.
Oh, it's hurt him. Tala is not looking good. Piyush Kant just picked up the ball and walked away. Now the polite inquiry has come by.
And when I say it's a ripper, it's cut him in half, but it's not so much a ripper where it's hit him.
Ooh, well, that jacked back in sharply. Piyush Kant was struggling to keep it under control.
It got him just a bit higher where it hurts.
I should say Tala was keeping it under control immediately. A concerned umpire, Steve will walk towards Tala. Gives him the much needed minutes to regroup, to gather himself. That can be painful. Just under the ribs. Piyush was searching for control, has got it. And yes, the magic spray. Sometimes the magic spray can be a placebo, as I realized. Because I remember a mate of mine who didn't have the kit because we were playing a local game, walked out with the deodorant.
Deodorant?
Yes.
Not the magic spray.
He just called it the magic spray. So it can be placebo, but not this one, of course.
Oh, hit on the pad. That's got to be close. Out, LBW. That was plum. Absolutely plum. Piyush breaks through. 1 for 9, the Sultans.
Pakistani Sultans lose their first. Piyush has finally had his last laugh. But the point is, the wicket is terrific to watch. The ball is absolutely magnificent. There's only one concern that I have. Now look at that swinging delivery. Plum in front. That would have crashed into the leg stump. But the concern is this. Getting too close to the opponent to be on his face to tell him that he's actually got his wicket. That is something you want to curb at this level itself. The Sultans have lost their first wicket for 9.
Do you think Manroop is saying, don't say that, or is he just saying...
No, he's concentrating on what needs to be the plan from here on.
Right.
Not say that would probably be one of the 2 men in red out there. Their job, and they would do it.
Well, that was so plum, and he walked.
Oh, yeah. He was.
You don't walk too often on LB, but he did.
Do you think the last delivery was still playing in his mind? He wasn't 100%.
I think so. Azan Syed, who was run out cheaply in the first game, made some runs in the second game.
After 8 in the first over, one thing that the Indian Tigers needed was a wicket to pump themselves up.
Piyush in again. Oh, look at that one. Swing late and nearly take the off stump.
Swinging on a string.
Oh, it was a slow one. That was an unbelievable delivery. Have a look at this.
No wonder he's a genius from Jammu. Had that swung anymore, that would have taken the off stick.
I like this young man. He's a beauty.
Learns quickly. Oh, well done. Very well played.
Turned away in the onside.
Some of the slides which are put on this field can look accentuated because of the dew. One moment as a fielder you're trying to get close to the ball and the slide takes you further. After you get the ball in control, it's
correct.
It's you who you have to control.
Because it is very wet.
Yes. Azan Syed. Do you see the law of averages catching up with Azan Syed? He's too good a cricketer to be missing out on too many games.
And well played. He's due. But then again, Greg Chappell, when he went through his bad run of outs in 1981, all those ducks, he was due and took a long time to make them.
2 overs, 9 for 1. Oh yes, talking about long time to make another run, you always are reminded by Marwan Atapattu's story from Sri Lanka.
Well, he made a lot of ducks. His test average was just under 40, but that was because of all the ducks, and he was always trying to make up ground. He was a very good player, Marwan Atapattu.
But the way he came back into the side after waiting for ages to score another run in international cricket, the way he fought his way up, knocking the higher doors while he went back to Sri Lanka to score all those runs in the domestic season. And that is what grit symbolized by. That's what is grit symbolized by, according to me, Marwan Atapattu's story.
And self-belief too. I can make it if I just keep making runs.
Absolutely right, Dan. And I also love a few things about Australian cricket, with the way they teach the world that it might be the greatest of the game, someone like Ricky Ponting, but if he's not getting runs, he's politely told you can go back, grind it out and come back and score those runs at the international level. We believe you and as a cricketer. We believe in you as a cricketer.
That's right. And
right now, you're not scoring the runs that are required for the side.
I mean, Justin Langer was a very good player, and he got on the test team early and then lost his spot maybe a little bit unluckily. And I remember he got it back 96-97 against the West Indies. Matthew Hayden got picked as well when Matthew Elliott got injured.
Luckily, Hayden played.
Yeah, he got run out Langer for 12, and I remember walking past the change rooms, the old change rooms in those days. This is swung away though. That's a great shot.
2 bounce into the fence. Oh, that's a great shot indeed. Manroop Singh has got it wrong, and Ryan's not going to miss out on an opportunity to open his account and free his arms if it's in the slot.
And I walked past the Australian dressing rooms, and Sue Langer, Justin's wife, was pregnant with their first child, had her arm around him. He was in tears. And I spoke to him later and I said, I remember that day when you were in tears after being run out. He said, I thought it was all over again. But he got dropped, got back in, and had a great year, 98-99, and then was in the Australian team for the next 7 years.
Absolutely. The rest is history, as they say.
This is on the leg stump. Flicked away beautifully. That's a great shot. That's a great cricket shot. 2 boundaries in a row.
And that too to Manroop Singh. It's this Pakistani Sultans skipper who's coming out on top in this battle.
I'd be happy with that.
Just love the fact that Ryan is so unfazed by it. Look at the ease with which he's put that in the gap. And it's an outfield in which the dew is making the ball skid past him. But it's not on every place. There are some places where the dew is holding the ball back. It'll just plonk itself if it lands there. So he's got to pick and choose the areas as well where the dew is a better friend.
I think he's a lovely player to watch, Rayan.
8 runs in this over, all in boundaries. Good ball, good comeback by Manroop Singh. The difference between Manroop Singh and Piyush Kant is that Manroop Singh is peppering good deliveries in between the poor ones. It's the other way around for Piyush Kant. If Manroop can gather consistency and build on it, then it can be a different story. And India need to be relentless right now because the Sultans know that it's not a daunting target. The way the captains approach this innings, which is right now a runner ball 8, but the kind of shots that he's played just suggests that he wants to play an anchor's role. Good ball.
Yes, bit of swing again.
There is a reason it's called the corridor of uncertainty, and he's just underlining that fact, Manroop Singh.
Damien Fleming, who is the one that introduced all these nicknames, he would be loving this.
Okay.
The hallway of hesitation, the corridor of uncertainty.
I just love the fact that I'm topographically near New Zealand. I've never been to that country, but I'd love to.
No, Damien Fleming's Australian. Stephen Fleming's New Zealand.
Oh, I thought you said Stephen Fleming. I'm
no,
so sorry.
Damien Fleming.
I'm so sorry for all the Australians listening as well.
Very good bowler, Damien Fleming. Should have taken 2 test hat-tricks. Warney dropped one for his second hat-trick. He never let Warney forget for the rest of the time that he lived. He said, there's the man who cost me my second hat-trick. And Warney, of course, would tell him in no uncertain terms where to go. 1 for 18. Start of the 4th over. And Syed gets one outside the off stump that he reached for.
That's a risky shot, to be honest, for someone who's been swinging the ball back in so much. And there's also another reason that it's a risky shot, because Piyush Kant has a knack of getting wickets with inside edges. We discussed that in the first over as well.
Well, there was a fair gap, wasn't there, between bat and pad. You're right. He played that okay, soft enough to, when I say soft enough, with softer hands to ensure that he didn't go too hard and play it back on. Here's Piyush, and this is down the leg side, and then we've got another leg side wide. These are starting to mount.
Swing is all right, control isn't.
No.
That's the problem with Piyush and Manroop at the moment. They are being blessed with some extra swing, and they don't know where to invest it. If the start of it again depends on the initial line. If you know that you're swinging the ball by that much, you've got to adjust the initial line. Piyush is pulled out of the delivery.
Ian Barsby at the bowler's end.
Yes. Ian's been very good.
He's been excellent with the 3 umpires.
I think we don't give enough credit to the umpires as well, because we just think that they need to be right all the time.
Gee, I didn't think that was far away from playing that on either.
It's a tactical job, but
it is.
Aussie Cricket League under 19. let it no longer be a thankless job.
The three of them have said they've loved it, absolutely loved it.
I just love the proactiveness that you need as an umpire. 19 for 1 in 3.2. Oh, everything it missed. Would you believe it? Piyush is still wondering how it missed. Timber, Willow, everything. All he had to do was touch either one of them. Willow or Timber, both would do. It hasn't even brushed the pads.
That was beautifully taken by Ashreep too, behind the stumps.
I think there was only so much space that a ball could squeeze past, and that's the path it's taken again. Don't worry, you're not watching a replay. It's just the accuracy of Piyush Kant and the brilliance of Ashdeep behind the wicket.
Magnificent in-swing bowling by Piyush Kant. Look at that. Oh.
It starts to swing so late that as a batter you're already committed to the shot and you realize you're playing down the wrong line altogether.
Just needed to be a bit lower.
But this time it's too leg side-ish for his liking. He's got to have a big heart, Piyush Kant. Dot ball after dot ball, but and the run that's right now conceded is also not off the bat. So I would say that the batter is still unsettled. 0 of 8 balls, Azan Said. As Azan Said having problem with the moving ball, just like any other batter would early on in the innings. But some of the deliveries of Piyush Kant, you see back to back, we just say that you deserve a wicket.
What sort of character is he? I mean, he's been so close on a couple of occasions, nothing much phases him, just gets on with it, Piyush.
Completely different character off the field, and the reason I know that is because the way that we have been put up, we're neighbours.
Yes. Here he is again.
And he walks in to have a chat sometimes. Piyush Kant. And we all call him Ish Sodhi because he looks like Ish Sodhi.
Yes.
New Zealand, that's for sure.
He does, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Probably a bit taller than Ish Sodhi, isn't he?
Ish Sodhi is taller. Sodhi
is
taller.
He really?
Sodhi is taller, yes. 20 for 1 in 4 overs.
Now, we saw yesterday, Dilraj was 0 off 15, but this is a different 0 at the moment, isn't it? Because Dilraj at least was getting bat on ball and was playing himself in.
True.
Today, Azan Syed is just battling to get bat on ball because he's been beaten by some very good bowling.
The way this innings has started, Azan Syed is yet to believe that the bat is wide enough to face the cricket ball.
Just seen some wonderful cricket. The catching by the Australians today, the batting by Manroop at times, the batting by Dilraj yesterday, the outstanding hitting by Hasnain, who might be required to bat tonight for Pakistan.
So true, Dan, and there is a confession that I'd like to make as well. When I pack my bags and come to Australia every time, I expect cricket of the highest order, and it's never been disappointing. It's always been overwhelming. Sandeep Nishad now.
And Steve,
who's borrowed a leaf out of all the other Pacers book, and I think he's borrowed a whole chapter out of their book called Swing.
Yeah, as a past him.
well, it was late swing, so Steve, the umpire, who normally cottons onto that, has let him go with that one. That was late swing. Very late swing. Look at that.
Wow.
Reaches for the next one, just to get some bat on ball, Saeed, to bring some relief to his situation.
Rob was telling me that there are at least a couple of people who are designated on the field to be the ball shiners and the ball dryers. Is that the case when you play cricket as well?
Not when I play cricket. It's certainly now at the international level.
That should be taken. This should be catch practice. And Manroop's not one of those who will be missing opportunities so simple. Sandeep Nishad has picked up a wicket. And Pakistani Sultans have lost their second warrior.
And the agony for Azan Syed comes to an end. He just never looked like it. And he just hit that in the air. A little bit more bounce than he thought. And he's just picked out the safe hands of Manroop in the covers. And at 2 for 20, some pressure on the Pakistani Sultans, but I think they'd be happy that Rayan Farouk is there, although he hasn't made a run for a little while. Or had a delivery to face for a little while.
Sometimes just presence is so important. So many times, even for India, the fact that Dhoni was still out there, a lot of hopes were pinned. But even though India saw the game slipping away from them and the required climbing,
do you think,
similar?
just on Dhoni, do you think he would have said, don't worry, it might be 12 or 13 and over, don't worry, we're still a chance, we're still a chance, we're still a chance?
That's the thing with a man.
Yeah.
Now, Saim Raza has come out to bat, who himself can build an innings and be destructive towards the end. 20 for 2, you need someone solid to walk out, and that's Saim Raza for you.
Took a couple of good catches too. He's wearing his hat backwards. That's why he's easy to pick out in the field.
And is that the secret to some good catching as well?
Oh, I wouldn't have thought so, but I think he was just trying to stand out.
The cap troubled you.
Not really.
Going back to Dhoni.
Yes.
The point about that man is the fact that if it's 8 and over, 4 and over, or 14 and over, the expressions don't change.
No, that's right.
You need a psychologist to read Dhoni, and still, I don't think he would do a good job because Dhoni doesn't give his cards away.
Here's Sandeep now. Swings once more.
Imagine being the keeper who's standing to collect the ball and standing to collect the ball at where he's supposed to be and not in first slip position, but that's what he's doing. He's collecting it in the first slip position. There's so much late swing. I just wonder sometimes if this pitch was 24 yards, a lot more nicks would have been possible.
Does it need to be 24 yards?
Because there's that much late swing. Just
to help
past the batter.
To help the Indians even more. Suhas. Another one that swings away late. Yeah, it's great. I love this cricket.
I love what Saim Raza did as well.
Yep.
He is conveying to Sandeep, dear Sandeep, I read you. Warm regards, Saim. I don't like this part though. Sandeep does want to have a word with Saim. And Sandeep doesn't speak much otherwise.
Well, there's been a little bit of that, hasn't there? Yeah.
And the reason he's also speaking is because there are .W. that he's produced.
Looking for a maiden over. It won't be. This will be, well, not off the bat yet.
It's much better than letting the ball speak. Sandeep Rashad. It's gone well so far. I mean, the Aussie style of playing cricket is being on your, in your face, isn't it?
Oh, correct. Although I don't like it. I think Dave Warner was way too aggressive in South Africa. I know that his wife was given a hard time.
This is the moment I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think you got to teach the young guys to be as disciplined as you can on the field. And don't mind a bit of byplay. So completes the over. It was an outstanding over. There was just one run, and it wasn't from the bowler. He got a wicket as well, so basically a wicket maiden in regard to runs off the bat. So 2 for 21 after 5, and they need exactly 100 to win the Sultans. They've got 15 overs to do it. I'm going to have a little bit of a rest. It won't be a Bex and a lie down, just a little bit of a rest, which is a well-known Australian saying. And Grant is going to come in and join you, Suhas, for the next 5 overs at least.
Thank you, Dan. Well, what are you making of it?
21 for 2 in 5. It's a good comeback by the Indians. The ball's still swinging around.
Isn't it moving around? Gee, I'm impressed with the way that these guys are swinging this ball.
Dead ball. Dead ball.
For just a second.
It's almost, they're just getting so much swing that it might even be a little bit too much, which sounds funny to say, but...
Yes, as we've discussed before as well, it's not for good viewing that so much swing is practiced. It's so many times that we've seen, it's the little swing that will generate the outside edge, not so much swing. Having said that, to cut the batters in half, to keep them troubled, more the swing the better.
I suppose if you're watching this and you're an old swing bowler, you're just rubbing your hands, aren't you, and going, how good is this? Yeah, there's a bloke called Mick Malone who Dan will know very well. He's
You said that you're getting a thumbs up.
His outswingers were just imperious. You know, you go to that Fremantle doctor in Western Australia and he just kept swinging the ball away. Now these guys, that's terrific bowling.
The place that Piyush Kant's from, it's generated some good pace bowlers too. The spinners has played for India, the pacer has as well. Oh, the young Udayveer has decided to throw it to the larger end, the farther end. For Piyush Kant, as you rightly mentioned, it's not the swing part of it, it's the control part of it that he's searching for. If he can get that right, then he's going to trouble many batters in the years to come.
Exactly. Swing and a miss.
The idea is to play it a little late, but the problem is the later he wants to make the interception point, more swing he has to tackle.
Exactly. What's he saying there to his partner? Look how wide was it? Was it a wide? He's starting to guess on balls now.
It's a good comeback by India. That was hit hard, and off the ricochet, the single's taken.
Found the field and he's rightfully clapping his mate there because that's 4, isn't it?
Yeah.
If he misses that, that's clearly a 4. So really well bowled. And he's taking leg guard here, the right hand batter.
Right, I'm open. There's 3 to come. 3.
It stings as well.
Oh yeah.
It's hard at you. It stings. It's cold out there.
It is. It's really cooled down.
You and I are in the commentary box and our hands are in the pocket.
Exactly. And it's going to be even colder tomorrow. I've been sort of teasing Danny's from Melbourne, and 22 is a balmy day in Melbourne. But 22 here is going to be. We'll say, we'll have to wear another jumper now. We're up here, but we're in God's country up here, of course.
I like that saying because we use that for Kerala back in India.
Yes.
This is a good effort from Piyush, who is also adjusting his length according to the change in the field. A little change in the angle on the leg side as mid-wicket was brought a little straighter, and the length as well becomes slightly towards the bowler. Now away from the batter.
2 for 22. There's a Richie Benno.
Yes.
2 for 22.
2 for 22. I could never get that right because I don't have an Aussie accent, can I?
Good bowling, nice tight bowling if they just stick to... what I loved about the Pakistani bowling innings, I just felt that they had a plan and they stuck to the plan. They stuck to their guns and they bowled with some nice control and were able to restrict the Indian innings.
You can say that again.
Yeah. Do you feel like you've got the same sort of thing happening here with the Indians? Or?
The Indians have been served a statistic. They've been served a number and they've got to try their level best to try and keep the opposition within that number. Pakistan didn't have that.
No.
A good over has come to an end. 2 runs of it and a lot of questions asked. 23 for 2.
1 for 5. He's going to be very happy with that. So would his captain be extremely happy with that as a result. It looks like we could be getting one of our slower bowlers. Yeah.
Power play, fellas.
I just love watching. We've got power play. Umpire Lewis calling a power play here. No, not one of our slow. And look at that for a moon. Beautiful full moon.
Just missing a seam. That will be a lovely cricket ball too. And I've got to tell you this, our director Sachin's been romancing the moon for a while. Every single day.
Oh well, we've got that full moon. As that sort of rises over the ocean, it's a great look.
You're making me miss Byron Bay even more. It's one thing that I've always wanted to see ever since I was a kid.
You will. You want to see it. So 98 runs required off 84 balls. It's well within the reach of Pakistan.
That's not a bad idea at all. But here is Sandeep who doesn't like it when someone charges at him. As I'm still new, Sandeep is... Now here is the best part. He knows that there is some verbal traction between the batter and the bowler, but the umpire doesn't understand. I can lip read but will not say.
Yeah, look, he's had a word there. Umpire Lewis, he said Sandeep.
He's absolutely
just-
right there.
Just calm down a little bit.
It's required. Yeah. The bat and ball and we were talking.
I always, I really do think, show us 3 actions. And look, that's a good move by the Pakistani batsman because, make him adjust his length. Go at him. Oh, look, now they're getting, he's got inside his head here. He's got the stare going.
He's asking him.
Can you see?
Yes, he's reminding me of one of my favorite wrestlers. That's all I want to say.
What's that? Sorry, what was that? I was watching the what the umpire was saying to him. I missed what you said then.
He's reminding me of one of my favorite wrestlers. You can't see me.
Oh yes, who's that?
Cena, John Cena.
Oh, well, yes, of course.
But I'll tell you what, Sandeep can let the ball do the talking.
Yep.
He can keep quiet because I think he's walking on eggshells right now. The umpire is not going to keep quiet for a long time. He might be sent off.
Look, it means a lot to him, and it's nice to see him being very competitive. But just stay calm. Like you're doing a good job for your team. For some people, this type of reaction works. It gets them even more, fired up, and they play well. But for some others, it can take their mind off what they're doing, and then all of a sudden they're sort of in a spot that they don't want to be.
That's a brilliant point, actually, Grant. But one more thing that I want to add to that point is that he's got to stay within the limits as well. And that line, it's a very thin line. Being fired up helps Kohli. Being fired up helped David Boone.
Well, I know the Australian cricket team, because Kohli's so good, they don't get him angry, don't get him offside, don't do that, because he's going to play better if you do that. Whereas maybe some other players, you can get inside their head a little bit more. Would these guys know each other? Would they have met each other before, or is this they'd be pretty
only in this tournament?
Yeah, right. Okay,
Yeah.
So there wouldn't be any sort of past competitive history between them.
Past competitive history because of the jerseys and the colours there.
Correct. Right. Of course.
Sometimes when you see that flag, which is towards the right shoulder there, of course.
Yes.
In some of the jerseys, when they see that, they get fired up even more. But they got to stay within the limits because it's the same flag that they're representing.
Gee, that was well bowled. That was the in-swinger to the left-hander. He's been away, and that one came back in. That's working with his ability. That's letting his actions do the talking, and that speaks louder, much louder than any sort of verbal.
That's much better, isn't it?
Absolutely. That was a really good ball.
Excellent. He was waiting for the one that comes back in. This one went away. What's more important is that Sandeep goes away now, not towards the batter.
This is so important for the batter to watch the ball right out of the hand, because there's a great, this fellow called Greg Chappell, and he said he used to watch the ball from the moment the bowler started from the top of his run, just to see what side the shiny side was on, and sometimes the bowler didn't show that, and often we are covering it up these days for good reason. But so if he's bowling good outies and innies, look at this one. Look at that go. Oh, that's impressive.
Welcome to Edgbaston.
Definitely. Definitely. That's why I thought 120 was a competitive total, because these conditions aren't easy for batting, and these guys are bowling really good swing bowling, so it makes it difficult to play.
What do you think about the lengths? Because ever since you've picked up the microphone here for the comms, the lengths have been perfect. So what do you think about these lengths?
I reckon it's even sometimes more important than line, as long as you're not bowling wides.
Yeah, true.
Because particularly on these types of wickets that are a little bit tacky, it's not coming. So if you get the length, it's really hard to get that away. Correct. So yeah, I think.
Having said that, are you missing a slip there? in the field.
You know what? That is a real good call. I would love to see India now say, Pakistan, we're going on the attack.
Or do you want to be a little more left field?
I like that. I'd love the thought of, you know what a slip would do right now? It would really say, you're on notice, you guys. We're coming for you. We think we've got a total weekend defend. See that one there?
Yeah. Yes.
See that there? Like, that was really hard to get through because it just, stayed in the wicket slightly and he couldn't get through it. So that length was beautiful. But I like where you were heading there because I think you're to say, we think we've got enough. We're going to cover you. It's 7 overs here. It's 2 for 26. Take a wicket now. We'll start building that scoreboard pressure. And, that's game on, big time.
One thing that we know about Saim Raza is he can take a bit of time initially, but he covers up eventually.
Okay.
And right now, when he walked out, it was 20 for 2. You need someone like Saim Raza to walk out.
Okay, right.
He's had a swing at it. It's a very un-Saim-like shot.
Okay, just inside the line, umpire Barsby. Happy with the width there.
Is it that phase of the game where the captain's looking around and not looking at the spinners deliberately?
I think so, but just because he's seeing so much swing and he's saying this is difficult to bat on. I just feel I want to keep my foot on the pedal here, my foot on their throat, and see if we can keep them. Look at that. Late. That was late, wasn't it?
That was late and that was in swing. Interesting.
Hey, the quality of this play is just fantastic. I'm loving it. I'm really enjoying watching this.
How impressed are you by the fact that they're learning from the opponents as well, both the teams?
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. This must be so much so enjoyable to be playing at this level and for your country.
He's crunched this one. Oh! Just over an acrobatic Sandeep, who still cannot believe it that he's been given a jersey and not a jetpack.
What a catch that would have been. He sort of was probably 5 or 10 metres inside the boundary. Had he been on the boundary, let's just take a look at this. Where is he? How far in is he? He's way in. Is he supposed to be there or is he supposed to be on the boundary? I don't know.
On the boundary, a simple catch.
I agree. On the boundary, he's nearly taking that. And I wonder if he's crept in. I wonder if that's the bowler, a little shake of the head there saying, mate, I think you've crept in off the boundary there.
I still get a feeling he timed it too well. Even he was a little confused.
Oh, it was a good catch. It was a good hit.
He timed it too well.
Yeah.
End of the over. Barring that boundary, it's been a terrific over for Manraj Kalon. 6 of 13 for Saim, nonetheless, 30 for 2.
91 runs required. And what have we got? 12 overs to go. 72 balls left. Now, under normal circumstances, day game, no dew, wicket sort of coming on, you'd still say this, well in Pakistan's capacity, but as we're seeing here, this is some really lovely bowling by the Indian bowlers, and it's not as easy as it might be for the Pakistan batsmen.
The swing bowling exhibition that we see here, I still believe that India are missing one more swing bowler, because India is so prepared for the ones that turns a little bit, so they've accommodated a lot of spinners, but India missing one more swing bowler that just increases the brunt on these. Oh, that has hit the stumps, has it? No, it almost trickled onto the furniture.
Sandeep, what a terrific, that swung late, it's snapped, hit the batsman midships, in the stomach and down. Oh, that's missed the stumps by an absolute fraction. This young fella has got some ability. He doesn't need to chat. He can let the ball do all the talking.
Would you believe it? It's just stung you, that piece of leather, but you can't recover from it because you have a job to do of not letting the ball hit the stumps. This is good shot. It might not yield him the runs intended, but it'll give him the confidence required. It's come from the middle of the bat.
Yeah, no, there was. It was a really good shot. Nice cover. Beautiful out there to covering the field, the boundary.
They've got hit in different positions. That Saim Raza ran for both of them, but more importantly, they're still taking those blows out there for Pakistani Sultans. They're still out there battling everything that they can so that the ball stops swinging.
He's got two massive weapons here, the innie and the out swinger.
Two-pointing.
And there's a plain and miss, and that was probably one of the straighter balls he's bowled all night. And this is what happens. What happens here is this swing bowling can get inside the heads of the batter. Instead of playing the ball on its merits, you're playing for something that may or may not even be there. So there was a straight ball then, and then that was probably play straight through the line. But he's got inside his head here, Sandeep, definitely.
He is relishing that length.
He's bowling terrific length, and he bowled wide of the stumps there. So again, he's making the batter's second guess. Wide of the stump, push it in. Siam, so Siam took a little while to get going, and he doesn't want to leave it too much longer here.
If no runs come off the next 4 to 5 deliveries, then the pressure would start to creep in.
Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. Well bowled, young man. That is a very, very good delivery.
It's not often that you see that a cricket ball looks like a hockey bat in hand. The cricket bat, rather.
It's starting to push out now. 90 runs off 67. And look at this over.
And we'll try and get you the replay of that as well, because what I saw there was that he played the wrong line completely.
Yep. A little dab shot. And this has been a terrific spell by Sandeep.
9 overs gone, 31 for 2.
And the figures of 1 for 4 of 3. It'll be really difficult decision now for the captain. Do you hold Sandeep back for the death overs, or do you just keep him going and say, well, look, you're on top here. Another wicket or two could make a big dint in the confidence of the Pakistan batting side.
They're swinging, missing the Pakistani Sultans. They're getting hit on the body.
You know, as we often say in cricket now, you never really know if you've got a good score until you see the second innings and the team batting second work with the conditions. And these conditions now are, I think they're even getting a little tougher for Pakistan.
Just completing my point there. All that's happening, but this one's gone up in the air, begging to be taken, and will be. Piyush Kant with the safest pair of hands. Saim Raza's patience quotient has run out.
And look, he had to. At 7 off 17, he had to press the button at some stage. They've still got 7 batters remaining, and this is about the midpoint of the inning. So he just got straight under that, didn't he? Skied the ball. Nice catch in the end taken there. Nice safe catch. And none of them are easy at this stage. Dan said that the dew, it's like 5 mils of water as landed. And here's the coach talking to his captain. What are we going to do now?
Now this is the time where everyone will have an opinion. It's about Mandroop having his and imposing that. And that's why I highly regard Mandroop as one of the better captains that we've seen in the entire tournament. Pakistani Sultans lose their third. Hasnain's come out to bat, and good news for Pakistani Sultans is that he's someone who's got runs under his belt before the big game of this kind has come by.
Okay, well his country, his team really need him now. Be interesting that conversation they're having there. It will be about the conditions. It will be about how they want to approach these next couple of overs. And he's got a decision to make now. How long does he take before he really presses the button? Because you've still got to work your way into an innings here.
There are two reasons that he has not thrown the ball to a spinner. One is the pacers are doing the job, and second is he doesn't want the ball to get even a tad bit old. It might lose its charm.
Well, quite right. And also, if there is a bit of dew, hard to grip, won't it? Be hard to grip for a spinner. So,
and that's exactly why his eyes are searching for someone who can bowl with a longer run up and seam up. That'll do.
Exactly. No, these guys are doing the job. Look at that.
Grant,
this is 1 for 5.
What were you apart from a keeper? If not a keeper,
did
you roll your arm over?
No, I ended up opening the batting.
Oh, must be tough for you after a long day when you're waiting for the last wicket to fall. Oh, there's a second run is on. That's because young Uday
he's got back.
Is still generating the power to throw there in one bounce. He's never done that, and this run's not the biggest, but still it was difficult for him.
Definitely, you don't see that many twos run, and that partly because that the ground is a little shorter, but also because we're just not hitting into those gaps. And there was a two, just made it home.
Very impressed by Manraj Kalon. He knew that the first ball is something that the batters will try and attack. The length has once again helped him in generating and eking out a mistake out of the opposition. In fact, Hasnain opens the account, much to the delight of Pakistani Sultans and their fans. Swing coming up. Misfield. And a run granted.
Yeah, I've noticed in the couple of games that I've watched, there just goes little periods of play where sides are just losing a little bit of concentration. You know, saying, no, don't misfield, or just a little bit of concentration that just can release a little bit of pressure for either side, and that rotating of the strike is so important at this stage of this innings.
That's absolutely right. And one more thing that I would love to ask you is that this ball's a bar of soap anyways when the ball goes out in the outfield once and twice. Oh, good ball. But still, there's only one man whom it didn't matter to. That was Ben Baker, the captain of Australian Kangaroos. No matter how wet the ball is, it always ended up in his hands. There wasn't a single ricochet.
That's a real talent, isn't it? It honestly is. It's a real talent to be able to work with any conditions. Work with maybe it's just maybe not 100% going for you, and still be able to get the best out of yourself, and that's what this quality of cricket can bring.
The Kangaroos would be watching this game closely as well, as they would be all blue today. Look at him slip but not miss. He might slip but not miss.
This is just such a critical part of this innings. 85 required, and wicket still in hand, and I think that's going to be very, really critical. But having said that, you can't leave your lower order too much to do, or else we can lose wickets very, very quickly.
And that's exactly why a partnership's important. Oh! And I think one more has been added to the tally of a full toss missed out on. 10 overs gone, 36 for 3.
So we've got a current run rate of, is that 3.6? I think Pakistan would like to feel that they were sort of in around that 50 mark. Welcome back, Dan.
Thanks, Grant. Well, I've been one to make a big statement. I think the Sultans might be gone here. I just think it's been an outstanding bowling performance. I mean, I know you're a batter, but I love top quality bowling when the batters are finding it very, very hard. With the greatest respect to the Pakistani Sultans, the Indian Tigers, the swing bowling tonight has been, from these young men, as you've said a few times, absolutely sensational and just a joy to watch.
I totally agree. You know how good Mick Malone was.
Oh, I loved him. Only played the one test, but did really well. Yeah, very good swing bowler.
Very good swing bowler, wasn't he? And I always sort of go back to him when I see this type of movement. But you know, what's doing this? Like, apart from the fact, you know what I think? The answer is techniques. And Dan, the reason I think you're right is that the current run rate required is 8.5, and in this game, that run rate hasn't been achieved at any stage in this game.
No, that's right.
So if you need, look, see that 85, you got 10, so it's 8.5. That's a reach.
This is the man, though. He made 66 off 30 yesterday. Different conditions. It was during the day. Hasnain, yeah. And he's a big hitter. He's a well-built individual. You talk about swing bowlers. One of my favourites from Queensland was Jeff Dimmock.
Took played for Norths.
He was the Norths as well, was he, the great man?
Absolutely. And you know what? When they merged again, the World Series cricketers, and he was one of the three that they
because
picked.
He took 13 in a test match in India and took 28 for the series. Played the second test in Perth. Ian Chappell was not a great fan of him. Didn't pick him to go to World Series cricket. One of the four on the England tour of 77 that wasn't chosen. And Ian Chappell wasn't sure, but Greg Chappell loved him because he played a lot of cricket with him, and he took 6 wickets in the second innings. And Ian said, you found an outswinger. You found an outswinger, Jeffrey. And he had.
I remember that. He was a tremendous bowler for Queensland and Australia, and he got a first-class 100.
He did too.
Yeah, he did.
He could bat a bit, could he? A little bit.
Look, he was a type of guy that just real hard to get out. You know, like he wouldn't give up his wicket easily. Terrific player. Mary used to call him because he was born in Maryborough.
Yeah, well, he didn't come and play for Queensland until 1970. He was 25. He was a school teacher in Gladstone too.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. No, you're dead right. Very, very good player.
He's got a net named after him at the Allan Border Field, I think.
Yep.
Greg Chappell's got a road named after him. I think he's a bit disappointed about that.
Hey, this bloke, you've been watching Sandy?
Yes, I have. How good is he?
Real good.
1 for 5 from 3 overs.
I just want his actions to do the talking because it's getting into his head and trying to get inside the batter's head. That maybe he doesn't need that because he's such a good player.
Rayan Farouk, 13 off 22. He's been there since the start. It's been tough going. He plays that nicely on the bounce, and they don't score. And then the youngster, the 15-year-old, does the fielding in the covers.
What I've noticed here, the captains are saying, if you're medium pace, if your bowlers are seam-up bowlers are going, well, let's keep them, bowl them out. Let's not hold them back. Let's go for the kill. 1 for 5 off 3.1.
The only issue is, though, if they've still got wickets in the shed and your best bowlers are gone. But then again, the run rate could be just astronomical by then. He'll get a run here, not get much bat on it. Again, bowling to his field, wide of the off stump, not allowing the batter to get underneath it.
I mean, you're right, Dan. It's always a gamble. Do you or don't you? But just the way the conditions are playing here now, let's give another bloke a bloke and hold the seam up, and maybe he could take it home for you. Now, another wicket here, and that's going to make it mighty tough for the Pakistani Sultans.
I'll just be interested to see how Hasnain plays this, knowing he's such an aggressive player. He gets beaten by a ripper outside the off stump. You can't be aggressive when you get a rip snorter like that, though, can you, Grant?
No, it's hard. It's not easy batting. It's easy for us, for me, to stand here and say, let's get on with this. But it's just such good bowling.
As an opening bat in grade cricket, you would have come across some very, very good bowlers in your time. Mm-hmm. When you're getting a good spell and you're playing and missing a lot, what's the mindset?
The mindset is don't let anyone else out here. Don't let anyone else out. It's your responsibility. So you do everything to dig in. Obviously, I'm talking about a red ball game here.
Correct.
To dig in and don't let someone else expose somebody to that and make it your responsibility. And that's what I think Hasnain, even though it's a slightly different circumstance here, he wants to make this his responsibility. If someone can stay with him, the better still. But don't let somebody else, don't make it your mate's responsibility to come out and do. So what you do, and this often happens when you're batting too, you can go through a really bad patch. And you go, oh, I'm out. If you get the wrong mindset, you go, I can be out any moment here. But you got to take yourself out of that position, actually start saying, nah, this is my job. I'm going to do the job for the team, and I'm going to stay and I'll get through it.
And then the bowler starts to get frustrated when he's not getting the wicket. Around the wicket, inside edge, expansive drive. It'll be picked up a couple of metres inside the boundary by Prathampal Singh. And that was nearly another wicket. He played that a long way from his body.
You couldn't imagine he nearly dragged that on, but he did. Look at this. This will give us a better perspective. So he's batting out of his crease. Oh, boy.
Wasn't far away.
No, and again, that little bit of movement's enough to draw that shot.
Sandeep in again, and he swings it high and hard and handsomely. That's a great shot. He has sliced that aggressively and vigorously over cover. That's what the big man can do. Hasnain, you give him just a little bit of room, and they did there, Grant, and he has put that away. Badly needed for the Sultans after 11 overs, 3 for 43.
And, that's probably at a 6-stump line, and that's the widest Sandeep has bowled in that spell from what I can remember. And it was enough just to give that Hasnain opportunity just to free his arms a little bit, throw the bat at it. It's going to be a good catch if you hit it that hard.
Might have taken their hands as well. Oh, absolutely. It was a very good shot, and this is what he's capable of doing.
I've just got a sense that he's going to do something good here. Hasnain, I've just got a feeling that there's more in this innings. There's more to here to come. Now, is this a spinner? Looks like
this is a spinner, left armour. Prathampal Singh, been very impressed with him.
Now, does he dart it in, or does he like to give it a bit of flight, Dan? Do you remember?
It varies.
Okay.
He's been really good. He's got a high arm action, Grant. He's reasonably tall. I know Ashley Mallett was a right-hander. Nathan Lyon's a right armer, I should say. But there's a touch of that with the high arm action.
Okay.
Which means they can get a bit of bounce as well. Played that close to the body, but steers it into the covers. That's a nice start by Prathampal Singh.
What I like about this is that the batter's going to have to do all the work now. He's going to have to put heat on the ball to actually get it to the boundary because of the slow delivery here.
Full toss, whacked down the ground. It was a low full toss. Great piece of fielding, sliding in Sandeep. He's one of the best fielders in the team, if not the best, and he made that look simple the way he was skidding on the fairly wet turf and kept it to 1.
I love this matchup. I love this matchup coming up right now. Hasnain to the left arm orthodox, bowling over the wicket. He's going to run between the umpire and the stumps. This matchup's going to be so good to watch. Scanning the field.
He's ready, the big man. Solidly built youngster, Hasnain, ready for Prathampal Singh. And it's in the air, but lands safely, and there's no one inside the circle on the onside. And as you can see, the bowler does his own fielding.
Get it back to the man with the cloth, because no doubt it's going to be really hard to grip this ball. He won't be looking for much swing at all, and you can see the actual the breath of the players. So it is the temperature is dropping out there.
I'm not complaining. The Queenslanders are saying, gee, it's getting cold.
You're nearly in a singlet.
I'm from Victoria. It's 12 degrees and raining down there today. Oh, good delivery. Tried to cut and missed it. Well taken by the wicketkeeper, Astrid, who batted well. Has done a good job with the gloves right throughout the tournament. He knows he's got to get going here. He was enticing him then, Pratham. Now he pulls the next one through the onside, but only for one.
And dot and ones and dot balls, and we've got, oh dear,
An overthrow.
what's happened
First
there?
error, just a lack of concentration there by the Indian Tigers, and they allow an overthrow.
And you're right, Dan. That's what it is. That's what I've noticed. A couple of times we've just started relaxing, and every run, every ball is critical at this stage.
3 for 47. One ball left in the 12th over. He pulls the next one again. Didn't get all of it. Out to mid-wicket. Dilraj in from the boundary. Tidy opening over by Pratham Singh, but all the overs have been pretty good, haven't they? So 12 gone now and 73 needed off 48 balls.
And that was a good over. That was a good over. He would have come in feeling that the game is so evenly balanced, or maybe slightly in, but only slightly into his favour, that was an over that could have gone either way. Big over for Pakistan, and they're right back in it. An over like that for India, and he's kept his team in front. So, well done. Very good over.
Quickest and best bowler you've faced in club cricket, Tomo?
No, thank goodness I missed Tomo.
You missed him.
Just a bit older for him. But Craig McDermott was very good.
Mocker?
Yeah, Mocker's very good.
Carl Rackerman we're talking. And this is a full toss. Slams it down the ground. Mandraj Kalon is in for his third over. Another medium pacer.
I'll tell you who else was good, who bowled in tandem with Mocker, a fellow called John Maguire. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do. I do remember John Maguire, the Moose. Played a couple of tests for Australia.
That's right.
A lot of one-dayers.
Yes, that's right. No, he was also a very good bowler, Moose Maguire.
Gee, they would have been a hard team to beat with those two there.
They were. It was a World Series winner, we used to call them.
Right.
They had Greg Ritchie.
Greg Ritchie played for them.
In the side at the same time.
Very good player. Very funny man too, Greg Ritchie.
He's funny.
Manraj Kalon, wide of the off stump. This is driven away through the covers. But there's protection out the deep. Slight fumble.
Boy, that was a good shot for one.
It was.
That just went like a tracer bullet, but straight to the fielder. Even 5 metres to 10 metres either side, and it's a boundary.
The 50's up, but it's taken over 12 overs to get there.
Current run rate, 4.5. Now the run rate required is up to 9.26.
It's in dangerous territory now, isn't it? Got to start taking some risks.
Yep.
And when you get a Yorker length ball like that, pretty hard to take a risk, isn't it?
Hasnain needs to get the strike, and he needs one big over. That will bring Pakistanis right back into it. And of course, cheering on the sidelines is the Australian Kangaroos.
There's a few of them here. I saw Matthew Holmes a little while ago. He was still hopeful. It's the early stages of the Pakistan run chase. And this is down the leg side. This will be called a wide. And they bowled a lot of wides early days caused by swing on that occasion. I think it was just an error from Manraj Kalon.
Yeah, I think he dropped his left-hand shoulder. Right arm probably didn't come through as straight as he wanted, and dragged it down the leg side.
70 needed off 45. They've only lost the 3 wickets. I think they've done well to keep the wickets in hand. The bowling has been outstanding, as we've said a few times. Manraj a full toss. He's got plenty of that. Rayan, that has gone out of the ground into the trees and far, 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 far away over mid-wicket on the onside. And I think we might need a new ball.
Yeah, we've got the third umpire diving for the ball box here, because that has gone a very long way. You don't want to be bowling full, and that's gone into the trees.
Was that almost an above waist high full toss?
Yeah,
I thought he was standing tall on the crease too. There was no
miles off.
Crouching. No.
Exactly right. That wasn't far off at all. What's he doing? Hang on, what's Steve doing here? Another ball. But that was a big 6. Now, this is what we're talking about here, Dan. We've, a couple of blusty blows and one good over, and it's back game on, the Pakistani Sultans way.
And then they've got wickets in the shed, as I said, and you can start taking some risks.
Exactly.
Some calculated risks.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly
and
right.
Hasnain only knows one way, and that is hit it and hit it hard and hit it long. 29 off an over yesterday against the spinner from Sri Lanka, Absakara.
Boy, that's a good over, 29.
Outstanding.
So this is a replacement ball, is it?
I think so. And it was called a wide as well. So this is the free hit as he slogs it over the top. It'll be picked up at long on again.
So from 9.5, it's come down to 8.4 and 2 hits. So, the chase is only one into the 120s. So it's very possible. Now 62, required of 44, and this is your man, Hasnain.
So they're almost halfway there. He's on strike, but Rayan Farouk has made 27 off 34. It's been a good innings from the skipper. He swings high. Has he got enough of that? He absolutely gave everything to that, and you bet he's got enough of it. Sails away over the cover region. He's hit a 6 over cover. What a shot, Grant.
Dan, your man Hasnain, I tell you, this is a game changer happening right here, and this is the over that we're looking for from a Pakistani Sultan's point of view, and he's broken his bat.
He has broken his bat.
He's broken his bat, but I wouldn't be changing it unless that's just the outer skin. Yep, some of the bats come off that. That's how hard he's hit it.
Well, he hit it so high, but he also hit it so long. I thought, gee, that's gone up a long, long way. Has it gone long enough? You bet it had. It went into, I think, a couple of postcodes away from Noosa.
Yeah, it went to Wanton. That's on the way to Tewanton, that one. I think it's still going.
This is the over that might have changed the game. They've done so much right, the Indians, with their bowling.
So, back foot doesn't move. Plants his front foot wide enough to get the full swing. And with the bats today, that was only going in one direction.
He's lost a bit of wood out of the bat.
He
He's got a
hasn't
new
changed
one
it,
now.
Has he? Has he?
Has he changed the bat? He had to have.
If it's just the skin, this might be his lucky bat, Dan. His favourite lucky bat.
But if you've lost a bit of wood at the front...
It might be the skin, because sometimes they put a layer over...
Oh, yeah,
it might be,
yeah,
it may
could
not
be.
be.
You're right, yep.
And if it's that, then it won't lose the integrity,
No.
really the integrity of the bat. But if it is, then you're right, dead right. It needs to be changed, but...
3 for 65. Last ball. It's been a good over for the Pakistanis. Hasnain, he had a bit of a flirt outside the off stump. Half-hearted appeal, mainly by the wicket keeper, Ashdeep. And that wasn't a bad delivery. Just wanting the big man to maybe uppercut over the slips cordon. Didn't really move his feet, and he played over the top. He did miss it, but not by a great deal. 13 gone, 3 for 65, and for the first time, the Pakistani Sultans have got the run rate, Grant, at 5 and over.
There you go. They're up to 5 and over, which means they only need 8 and over. So they've brought it back from 9.5 to 8, which can happen with a really good over. Now, there we go. So we're pulling off he's just pulled off the skin of that to get the rest of it, so even out the face of his bat. But
and does he have to do that under the bylaws? Excuse my ignorance.
I don't know. I don't think so. As long as it doesn't change the integrity of the ball. So
Right.
if there was something that would do that,
Yeah.
he would have to clear it.
Understand that.
Now this is a big over. This is the championship over, or the game over here.
Prathampal Singh, he swings it along the ground out to deep mid-wicket.
He's done exactly what's required
Rayan.
to get Hasnain on strike.
28 of 35, and the big man now is there.
He's still pulling pieces of cover off the face of his bat. This is... The next 2 or 3 balls will be a major indication as to how this game is going to unfold. Wicket for India. Advantage India.
Just trying to check the field. Certainly deep mid wicket is covered. He carves the next one to backward point, and that is well fielded.
Yeah, this is where I'd like to still see him just try and punch those good balls into a gap. Shouldn't be going to the volley. Seeing them well enough.
3 for 66, 55 required off 40. If Pakistan win, they're in the final against India tomorrow. If they don't win, the Kangaroos will be playing India in the final. Gee, he gave himself room to cut that one away. And Prathampal Singh for a minute there, Grant, looking at his reaction, thought he might have gone through him.
Oh, I love the bowling. Very well bowled. Now this is building pressure, so this means the big shot comes into play here. Hasnain in the next two balls will be looking to create a 6 ball. There it is, there's one of them.
He tried to swing and he swings into his foot. That was a lovely piece of bowling.
These are the tense moments in games that make cricket such a good game. Look at this, the pressure on the young left arm orthodox.
Conceded just 1 from the first 4 balls of the over. This is short and flat, and it's cut away again, but Manroop is there, the skipper in the road, in the covers. And another opportunity goes begging. 4 dot balls in a row.
And that's now pressure on. Do you want to build 2 dot balls is bad. 4, this could well be a big swing.
It needs to be, I think. It's short and it's flat and it's hit away. Is it going to clear? It does. It does. He got enough on it and it found the maximum.
And from a
for 6 over mid wicket.
Sorry, Dan, but from a bowler's perspective, that hurts because there's a slight drag down, tightens up, drags down, gives Hasnain enough swing to actually bring that over, and it was either going to be one or the other there. It was either going to be a 6 or out, in sort of the old-fashioned terms.
Great swinger great swinger against the line, isn't he? He's shown that Hasnain yesterday, showing that today. 22 from 15. Game's changed a bit in the last couple of overs, and I've got a feeling Manroop may have been looking to save himself for a couple of overs. It appears he may be coming on now. So we just had a little bit of a look at him take his jumper off.
I really like that. I really love it when the captain says, okay, the pressure overs, I'm going to step up and take them. And he is. His last over went for... Is that the spinners last over?
So 7, which still isn't too bad.
So he's going to step up and say, look, this is my game here.
3 for 72. 49 needed off 6 overs. And he fends this shortish delivery. The captain of the Pakistan Sultans from the captain of the Indian Tigers, Manroop, down to third man, and he brings on the anointed one, Hasnain, 22 off 15 with a couple of big 6s in that scorecard at the moment.
I think it's really important that he doesn't drag down here. Manroop is just that length, that difficult length to play on this wicket, which is just short of the length. I think length is so critical here. Hasnain.
Ready for Manroop. The big battle could decide this game. He opens the face to a shortish delivery. Again, fends it away, played it cleverly, allowed the ball to hit the bat and gets another run. Just played the ball the way it had to be played then.
And he did do that. He did exactly that. And also that ball was a perfect length. You couldn't do anything more with it than that. So that overall, really good cricket. Great length and just nicely played.
It's a good cricket wicket, this. A little bit more bounce. We haven't seen a lot keepers low today as we may have seen yesterday and even in the second match on Thursday when Pakistan won narrowly against the Kangaroos. Manroot bowls again, and he turns this into the onside. The very neat-looking left-hander Rayan Farouk. They're thinking about a second. There's a bit of hesitation. He just gets back in time. He took the pace off the shot, and the field was pretty deep on that onside. That's why they thought about a second. If they were going to go, go. But the hesitation here, hesitates as lost, could have caused all sorts of problems. It didn't, though.
So we've got 3 singles off the first 3 balls. India will be very happy with that. Again, this is building a little bit of pressure here. Hasnain looking to go big.
23 off 16. And he tries to go big to one outside the off stump. He went for the big drive down the ground. Not only the big drive down the ground, but the big lofted drive for 6, and he missed it. A little bit more bounce, and he was able to ensure that there was no run added. Well bowled by Manroot Singh. He's a ripper, this guy. Outstanding.
I like how calm he's staying. He's telling his captain he feels like he's in control. He's just saying to everyone, look, let's stay calm. Let's execute well here, just like he's doing.
Manroot in again, and an interesting shot down the ground as he opened the face and sort of just knocked it away to mid-off. A little bit hesitant in the running, but they managed to scamper through comfortably in the end.
If anything, he did him on length again then. He's just hitting this beautiful length at the moment, Manroot. He's, as I said, he looks like he's really in control. He's saying, look, everyone, just stay calm. I've got this. I'm your man. And so it's actually turning out to be like that. The last ball.
He's going around the wicket, is he? Or over the wicket? No, he's going over the wicket. And he beats Rayan Farouk with an absolute ripper outside the off stump. He went for the drive, didn't have the foot to the pitch. The Sultan skipper, and got beaten all ends up. Great over. 4 runs from it, none for 15 from 3 for Manroot.
Sorry, Dan, there's his death. There's your death bowler right there. The way that he kept that really under wraps, that whole over, he just went in, executed. He had a plan in mind, and that was around length and line and just doing those basics right. And that's really helped the Indian cause there. 45 runs required off 30 balls. Now, under normal circumstances, what I mean by normal circumstances, had this been a flat, dry day during the day, I think that's very, very gettable, but this is still going to be a really good chase.
Well, I think it would have been gettable because they've only lost 3 wickets, but you're right. We'll see what happens. I think it's time for Suhas to come in. He's ready to come in. Grant, will no doubt hear from you at the very end when Suhas goes out to do interviews. It's been great having Grant O'Hara with us today. He'll be with us again tomorrow for the final. We can't wait to again hear his insights of this outstanding tournament. And we still are a long way from knowing who's going to be in the final. Pratham Pal Singh, none for 12 off 2 overs. The last ball that he bowled went for 6 from this man Hasnain, who will get ready to face him again with his team needing 45. He swings across the line. It goes along the wet turf, just for 1, out to deep mid-wicket. .25 off 19. Hello, Suhas.
Hello, Dan.
What do you think?
25 of 19.
No.
Great, brilliant innings from Hasnain.
Well, the equation 44 needed from 29.
It's an interesting choice to be bowling Pratham Pal Singh at this stage. I think the first question that would have been asked when he was given the ball for the second over is, are you able to grip the ball? Are you comfortable bowling right now?
Well, he seems to be. He's doing a good job.
And how big a towel are you packing?
Well, correct. Rayan Farouk, 30 off 39. Another good innings from the skipper. Been there since the start. Obviously got bogged down when the swing bowling was at its best between overs 6 and 10. Pratham Pal Singh bowls again, tempts to cut, gets beaten by a quicker, flatter delivery. This is terrific bowling by the young man.
I just love this. This is so T20-esque bowling. Just utilizing that angle, and just in case he's trying to come after you, then of course he'll go ball at the legs.
Great skill. Oh, he attempts to pull this and he exposed his stumps and he misses.
That cut's not working, the pull's not working. This is going to be an exciting battle, Dan.
Oh, what a delivery this is. And it just had a bit too much bounce, otherwise it would have cannoned into the stumps, Suhas.
You could just watch it all day. Very, very close.
Brilliant cricket this. Prathampal Singh bowls a flatter one, round arm delivery, it's cut away, but only as far as the sweeper at deep cover.
I get a feeling, Dan, that he's not giving him the pace that's required. The batter was asked to wait for ages before the ball could come in his zone.
His variation has been superb. Reasonably tall and getting the bounce when needed, bowling the flatter ones when required, taking the pace off, as you've mentioned, Suhas. It brings Hasnain on strike. Last ball, the last over, hitting for 6. Needs to do that again for Pakistan, I would have thought. It's outside the off stump and he just slams it down the ground. He invites him to go long and high and hit a 6, and he does.
This is a magical hit. This over was going only one way, that's Prathampal Singh's way. Last ball, gets it in his zone, puts it beyond the park. What a shot.
Wow.
And the region that he's chosen as well, Dan, very, very safe. He's backing his strengths. That's a terrific shot.
He just gave him a bit of room, didn't he? He was in the hitting zone. Twice he's done that now, and twice he's been taking the journey. So Manroop's going to finish his spell. And they need to find 3 overs then.
Absolutely right. If Manroop's bowling the 17th, what about the 18th, 19th and the 20th? Does Pratham get another? Because one ball should not decide the quality that he's brought to the table today, Prathampal Singh. Both the batters, 31 apiece. Hasnain the quicker to get there. 84 for 3 Pakistani Sultans, 37 to 24 with 7 wickets in hand. This is game on.
Certainly is. We've had some wonderful matches in this tournament. 2 rippers yesterday. We're going to have a great finish here today. I just feel it in my bones, despite the fact they're getting old, as this has turned around the corner. My bones are creaking, so I can feel it. Another run on the board, 3 for 85. Haven't you heard that expression?
I've heard that expression, but I've heard that bones cracking quite literally sitting alongside you. That's what I was laughing about.
No doubt about that. 32 to Rayan Farouk. He's bringing Hasnain on strike, who lost the battle in the last over to the canny. And it's incredible, isn't it, to say canny experienced 18-year-old. You would generally say callow, but such a good cricketer, this young man already.
And Manroop Singh, a complete cricketer. And of course he's bearing the burden of being the captain as well, which is not easy. And if I let you in on a secret, you would definitely increase the amount of respect you have for this man as well. I think the world needs to know. He has not 1 but 2 layers of dressing, both the ankles with blisters which were bleeding. The socks was red in color, which when he started off was white. But he bowled yesterday. He batted yesterday. Scored 21 or 7. Finished the game off and also came with the shoes to the post-match presentation, where very easily could have come in flip-flops. What do you call it in this part of the world?
Flip-flops,
sandals?
yeah, sandals.
Yeah.
Oh, late call by the umpire, Steve. He was trying to swing from the bootlaces then. Hasnain, he missed it. It swung away from him. Let's have a look at it. It's an extra ball, an extra run, which helps the cause of this Sultans. And it'll be 3 for 87 now.
And that's one of the reasons that he's bowling gentle medium pace. He's much quicker than this, Manroop. Much quicker than this.
Great delivery again.
I think Dan has figured out the length to be bowling to Hasnain. Anything which is a bit shorter, he will try and swivel. But there is this in-between length where he cannot drive, he cannot swivel it. Manroop Singh's trying to target that area.
And if he had tried to get onto that ball, which had a fair bit of bounce, I think he might have topped that, even though he is a big man and a lot of his sixes are sailing the journey. Man Rupin again, he tries the ramp shot. That's an outstanding shot as he comes across his stumps. And that is improvisation personified by Hasnain to come across his stumps and put Manroop Singh to the boundary for 4. What a shot that was.
Superb. Premeditated, and he's chosen the right delivery as well. Made it good enough contact to send it for 4. Moves so late, doesn't he, Hasnain? For someone who was targeting the V region more often than not. Now he's starting to explore new areas of scoring runs. So very effective. 35 of just 23 balls.
31 needed off 20. Manroop again, it's short. He tries a big swing. He was looking to get that out of the ground and maybe aim for the social club rooms where we're broadcasting from. If he had got onto that, the big man, he missed it by fairway.
Hasnain the key for Pakistani Sultans. Rayan Farooq right now quite content feeding the strike to Hasnain if need be, because he's the one bludgeoning the ball. The boundary ball has come by.
Still got plenty of wickets left.
Everything else 6s, Hasnain.
And there he goes for the ramp shot again. Feel for a catch behind, he's out! He didn't get enough on that at all. He came across his stumps again. Manroop with his brilliance followed him and he spooned it through to the wicket keeper. Big wicket for the Indian Tigers. Cometh the hour, cometh Manroop Singh, and Hasnain is out for 35 with 3 overs to go. The Sultans of Swing are swinging at 4 for 90.
A tickle, that's enough. Arshdeep will take care of the rest. What a comeback by Manroop Singh, who's decided to stick with his plans despite it going awry in the previous delivery. 90 for 4 now, the Pakistani Sultans, as they lose a very important batter in Hasnain. He knew it. And it's a good decision as well, because the batter I felt was obscuring whether he had touched the ball or no. That's when the ears perk up of the umpires, despite the roar that the crowd has to give. 17 overs, 90 for 4.
Well, they need 31 from 3. Now, the man that's come to the wicket made 23 off 9 yesterday.
Yes.
And we're talking of Azal Ahmad, the opening bowler. He got them past 150. It wasn't enough for them to get a win over Sri Lanka. But we know he can hit.
Boy, can he hit. 31 of 18 is right up his alley. It's important for the Indian Tigers to find a way to send Afzal Ahmed back to the hut before he starts to roar.
Prathampal Singh bowls. Oh, great piece of bowling, not taken cleanly. I wonder if he got an edge on that and Ashstreet wasn't able to hang on.
Just love the way this lad picks up the little cues that the batter had to give.
Well, he gave him room. Gave himself room again, Rayan, didn't he? And he just kept following him with the data.
Oh, terrific shot. Cut away and cut away with a lot of might. Ali Afzal will field it, and he's not going to field it with a lot of happiness because he's supporting India for this game.
Yeah, a bit short. Sat up, and he was able to climb over the top of that and cut it through the covers.
I got the name wrong there, but it's Ali for sure. Ali Nasser. Ali Nasser.
Ali Nasser.
Of Australian Kangaroos.
Took a great catch today, batted well yesterday. Yes. They caught everything today, the Australians, except a cold. You're likely to catch a cold in this lovely weather. 4 for 94. Thank you for laughing, Suhas. See, it's not my strength, is it? My attempt at humour. This is cut away again. Launches hard, but there's a fielder out at deep cover. He almost went off balance in trying to play that shot.
It's very difficult to cut Prathampal Singh because he bowls that kind of length and with that kind of pace. But boy, was it a good shot from Rayan Farooq. Sometimes you've got to tip your hat to the batter because he found the gap with precision. 37 of 46 is an innings of great substance, and that too in an all-important contest of this kind with their place in the final on the line. Pakistani Sultans have 2 good men out there who can strike the ball.
He tried to swing hard and lustily and didn't really connect then, Afzal Ahmed. Another dot ball.
This might be a good ploy. Now, Afzal Ahmed is someone who loves to face the pace bowlers.
He
to
does.
be against the spinner. This is a good ploy.
But there's 2 overs to go, Suha, so he might still get an opportunity to face the pace.
So true.
Wide of the off stump, he was electing to cut, and he's thinking that should nearly be a wide. I don't think so. He came right across his stumps. That's definitely not a wide.
Just get a feeling, even if he would have stayed put, it still wouldn't have been a wide. Now that he's moved across, it's definitely not a wide.
No. Clever bowling again.
The pace at which Pratham Pal Singh is bowling, or the lack of it that he's decided to apply.
Last ball of his spell, hit on the pad. That's close, LBW. Certainly going to take leg stump. And again, a magnificent piece of bowling. And they're 5 for 95, the Sultans. Afzal Ahmed out for a duck.
5 runs at the over and a wicket. Pratham Pal Singh, what a comeback after being hit away for 4. He's picked up one of the most dangerous men who is in form, and he knows the code to hit sixes. But unfortunately for Pakistani Sultans, he's back in the hut. That was straight enough. It wasn't turning. Up goes the finger. Pratham Pal Singh's delighted. And so is every Australian kangaroo as well.
Wow, what a spell this has been. I know he's been hit for a couple of sixes, but gee, some might have thought, as you said a couple of times, Suhas, that they've taken a risk by keeping him on, but gee, it's worked. 1 for 25 from 4 overs has been an outstanding performance by the young man.
I'm already getting texts for all those who've joined in. The reason that Australian kangaroos will be celebrating is because they are waiting for India to win this contest.
Correct.
Only then do they stay alive in this tournament, as they will get a berth in the finale.
So we've got 2 overs left. Can't believe that they've referred that.
They've referred that hoping against hope, because they know the importance of Afzal's wicket at this stage, his presence at this stage. The Pacers they go a long way. They're taken to the cleaners by Afzal.
Simon's having a good look at it. He was forward a bit.
Yes, he
More
was.
forward than I thought, looking at the replay. But look, I've said I can't believe he's...
I think you only look at that not from this angle, but from the straighter angle.
Yeah,
There is a better chance of a snowball in hell, but this is definitely out.
I mean, I did say I can't believe he's referred it, but now I understand why he's referred it, because,
Yes.
well, it's there.
He's not going to take the referee
Yep.
home.
No, that's right. If you don't ask, you never know in life. Even though you probably do know, you might want to find out for sure. 2 overs left.
95 for 5.
26 required. Current run rate at 5.28. And the run rate required is at 13.
This is an exciting contest for another reason for Pakistani Sultans. Sultan Kakar comes out. Can he do justice to his name? He's found the right team for sure.
He is. I haven't seen much of him in this tournament so far.
Now this is going to be an exciting contest, because Ryan Farouk's going to guide them home here, because this is a new template. A new template for Pakistani Sultans. The match winners of the past are back in the hut.
Correct.
So they've got to unlock a new template to stay alive in this tournament. 13 and over required.
Oh, gets hit on the pad. He runs down the wicket. Sultan Kako plays great cricket in Queensland. And again a dot ball. So Payush bowling the second last over. Is Manraj, he's still got 1 left. So Payush, who's bowled beautifully, especially early with his swing. Talking of swinging, he swings through the onside for 1. They'll need to come back for 2. And there could be a run out. It is definitely going to be a run out. They had to go for it. They had to go for it. Ryan Farouk had to keep the strike, and he sacrificed himself.
My voice is not being heard. It's just
6 for 96. He had to go because he was the settled batter. And it's getting tougher and tougher now for the Sultans. And the Kangaroos might be hopping with joy. We saw a few of them earlier. They're definitely around. And a good return. He was out by half the pitch.
True, he was trying to run that second hard as quickly as possible. That second run just not there. I think Indian Tigers are handling pressure better at this stage. They've got themselves into a position where they can have the winning roar. Reminding you that they're already in the finale.
38 or 48. He did bat well low again, didn't he, Farouk?
He did. But I think with him go the last hopes here, because two new men have to score 25 of 10. Two new men against Piyush Kant's brilliance, who's given away 6 and has picked up a wicket.
Amazing.
And it's the dot ball of the previous one which has cost this run out, in my opinion, because that urged the captain Farouk to be on strike even more. Now you mentioned that Sultan Kakkar is no muck with a bat in hand, but still 25 of 10. Can he do the job?
It's going to be very, very tough. This is whacked down the ground, but he didn't get that right in the middle. And Manroop is there again. He'll dry the ball, as we can see, and it's 97 for 6, 9 overs left. Issa Omar. Able to score then. And Sultan Kakkar to face his first ball. Been a wonderful bowling performance by the Indians. Wide of the off stump. And a swing and a miss. He missed that by a fair way. Sultan Kakkar. Great bowling in the channel by Piyush Kant.
What an over this is turning out to be. How many does he want to leave for his mate in the final over? Piyush Kant so far, he's been phenomenal. A wicket and a run in this all-important penultimate over. 7 runs and a wicket so far. What a turnaround this is. Big swing and a miss, and a dot ball is worth its weight in gold right now.
Great bowling. Just discipline, line and length. Maybe Sultan Kakkar needs to move a bit in the crease over towards the offside and get bat on ball and just have a swing and see if he can get it over the keeper's head.
I've pushed this.
And get it fine enough, because third man is a bit square. And now he moves in the crease and gets beaten again.
He's quite content.
Outside the off stump. How good's that?
Piyush Kant had already planned that he wants to keep it outside off, and he wants the batter falling over it. 97 for 6. This is going to be quite a last over. Isa and Sultan, two new men at the crease, are going to search for the big hits.
I'll tell you what, the Pakistan Sultans will look back on yesterday as one that got away when they were defending 155, and somehow the Sri Lankan Lions, or the Lankan Lions, got them, because it looks like this is going to be a bridge too far, 2 bridges too far, 3 bridges too far. Manraj Kalon will bowl this over.
24 in 6. Mathematically possible. But can Isa provide the big hits? Dan, we haven't seen him bat in this tournament before, but what a time to come in and bat. Manraj Kalon.
Great challenge. Oh, he gets plenty on this. Has he got enough, though, to clear the infield? No, he hasn't. No, he has not. And the great man takes the catch again. Manroop Singh, arms outstretched, and he knows they're a step closer. 7 for 97. Issa Omar perishes for 1.
This is brilliant thinking. Don't give pace and keep it away as much as possible. That wasn't in his arc, and he had to throw his bat, body, everything on it. And there's only so much that he could manage in terms of the willow. A simple catch for Captain Manroop. He did anticipate it though. Isa Omar anticipated the ball outside off, but still does not get enough power and willow behind it. It's still standing there. No, it's Abrar who's come out to bat. Now Absar is someone who's faced deliveries before.
He has.
He scored the runs as well at a crucial time in this tournament. Now can he bail them out of the situation?
I wonder why he didn't come in a bit earlier.
25 deliveries left, 24 to get. Can Absar do a Rinku?
No sighters. Remember Absakari yesterday.
Oh.
No sighter, hit a 6 off the first ball for the Lankan Lions.
I like the way you call him Abhisekara, Aaron. Oh yes. Manraj Kalon's decided to bowl from the other end, it seems.
And he's having a chat to Abso, pulled away, and now
No
Ian
fast
Bartley,
bowler.
who's very, very laid back generally.
No fast bowler likes it to run in
No.
all the way, especially when it's cold. You've already grunted, you've already given your sweater away.
He just moseys back to the stumps, Ian Barsby. Just nothing seems to faze the great man.
Manraj Kalon's going to bowl another slower delivery, no matter how much he's pumped up. Absar.
5 balls left. Takes the bottom of the bat and lands on the bounce in the deep, and they get 1. Tried the attempted Yorker, ends up being a low full toss, but no damage done.
Lots of damage done at this heart-crushingly. This one does not disappear beyond the ropes for Pakistani Sultans. Now every ball needs to have an appointment beyond the rope. 23 in 4.
Correct. It'll be one of the great wins if it does. Oh, it's called a wide. Well, he probably didn't move, did he? I mean, it's judged by the umpire, and the umpire has decided. And we know he's an excellent umpire, as Grant has said a few times. Ian Barsby from a terrific cricketing family in Queensland. But I'll say it again, I just have an issue with the offside wides in general. Doesn't matter what competition it is.
23 in 3. That's gone to the moon and it's coming back. It was always a question of who wants to be underneath it. Nobody was. 2 more runs. I think India got into a position where they were just trying to carry it within the period of play, the area of play. Nobody wanted to risk their hands. 100 comes up for Pakistani Sultans. But home is very far away.
Incredible effort by the Kangaroos. They're going to be there. Incredible effort. Played some good cricket in the first game, just couldn't quite get the batting right. Played some good cricket yesterday. Struggled a bit in the field in the last 10 overs as India ran it down with an over left. Excellent game today.
A wicket and a single. Oh, that's got a lot of height, but it needs wings to carry itself beyond the rope. Doesn't. It's a very good catch by Piyush Kant, who's been taking skiers as if it's his birthright. It's one of the best catches we've seen. It made it look so simple towards the end. And Manraj Kalon's slower deliveries are providing him wickets.
He's got 3 wickets now, Manraj Kalon. Been a bit expensive, but still got the wickets. It's been important.
Oh, that's a brilliant catch.
Excellent camera work as well. Just
Yeah.
followed that the whole way from the time it left the bat, went up in the air and came all the way down, and Piyush Kant said, "Thank you very much."
The ball is still wet, remember that.
It is.
But for some fielders, it seems as dry as possible.
2 balls remaining. Oh, gee, that's a good shot by the wicketkeeper, Saif Raza. What a shot that was. He moved across his stumps and went whack.
Oh, you're going to love this counter-attack.
You're going to love this counter-attack. I think Manraj Kalon had a thing or two to say. But Saif Raza also suggesting the game might be over, but not in my mind. Look how late he moves, and what a shot.
He exposed all three stumps, and Manraj Kalon followed him, and he just said, well, I'm going to put you away for 4, and he did, with a beautiful hoik. Not an agricultural hoik, a wonderful cricket shot hoik. Last ball, and he elects to go for the ramp shot and misses, and India have won. Australia in the final. India remain undefeated and take on Australia in the final of the ACL Under-19 tournament tomorrow. The Tigers win by 15 runs with an outstanding bowling and fielding performance, Suhas.
Incredible indeed. Now Absar has a thing or two to say to the opponents right now, but it was all in good spirit is what Mandroop would be suggesting. It's good to see him in there as well. This is a phenomenal game of cricket at the end of the day. Pakistani Sultans fall short by 15 to even equal the Indian Tigers, but the Indian Tigers have been phenomenal. I think the team which has handled pressure better is walking away with the win. That's the end of the story for Pakistani Sultans in this tournament. What a tournament it's been for them nonetheless. For a team that met each other for the first time in Brisbane, finding the winning combination up until now, surviving scares, restricting the opposition as good as the ones they will find in the final, the Indians. The Australian Kangaroos restricting the Kangaroos for 109, before 109.
Correct.
Phenomenal effort. I think Pakistani Sultans can be mighty proud of the way they've scripted the story thus far, even though they do not find a place in the final. It's been a big learning curve, and that's what these boys must be mighty proud about. Mandroop knows the job is done, but there's one more game tomorrow. Can his boys deliver with all their heart? They've been undefeated till now.
And the team that's pushed them the most, the Australian Kangaroos, remembering that they made over 150 yesterday, which was a pretty good effort, and I know India seemed to have the chase in control. It still took them to the 19th over to win. Look at that. That's a great shot.
Oh, it's terrific. Saif getting that boundary was customary for the Pakistani Sultans. There's something to cheer for as well. But the next delivery, the very next delivery, the slower one, they missed it completely.
Well, I'll step out and allow Grant to come in, and well, actually Suhas is going to step out because he's going down to do the interviews, and Grant and I will come in and just summarise the end of what has been an outstanding game of cricket. And of course Suhas will be with us tomorrow for the final.
Thanks, Suhas.
Well, Grant, it was a great game of cricket. Very good side, the Indians. They had a bit of fun out there, a bit of byplay against the Pakistani Sultans, and I really admired the way they bowled. I didn't think they had quite enough runs, but they managed to eke out 120, and just their bowling did the job.
Well, you're right, Jan. You know, any time you defend 120 runs, you've got to look back and say, well, either there was two things happening. Either there was really good bowling or there's really poor batting, but it really wasn't that poor batting. You know, they had wickets in hand. It just was really good bowling. And sometimes you just have to say, look, if I'm the Pakistani team, I'd say, look, there was good bowling, some very good bowling.
Well, the problem was only two players got the double figures. Hasnain 35 off 25, and the skipper, Rayan Farouk, who sacrificed his wicket for a second run that wasn't there, but he batted well, 38 off 48. Everyone else struggled. It was a real battle for them to get bat on ball, to make runs, because of the swing that the Indian bowlers got. I know they gave away a lot of extras and wide, 17, but Manroop Singh, 16 dot balls, 1 for 21. Purush Khan, 20 dot balls from 24 legal deliveries, 1 for 7. Sandeep was terrific, as you said, 1 for 12, 16 dot balls. Manraj Kalon was expensive, but got 3 for 34, and often you can be the expensive bowler but get the spoils. And then we saw the young fellow, Pratham Pal Singh, the spinner. How well did he bowl? 1 for 25.
Terrific, because he came in the captain's training the ball at some really vital stages, and honestly that game could have gone either way while Hasnain was there. But I tell you as well, the player that really impressed me was the Indian captain, Manroop. I loved the way he just stayed calm under pressure. He batted well, 29 off 19, and then bowled extremely well and said, look, I want the ball. I want the ball when the game is on the line.
And of course, Abdul Rafi, his second 5-wicket haul, he probably wins man of the match. I've never been a great believer, and if you lose a game, you win man of the match. But when you take 5 for 16 or 4 overs, your second 5-wicket haul, it's pretty hard to give it to anyone else. And of course, Arshdeep Singh did a good job, 33 off 27, and Rayan Farouk tried hard with his 38. But a great win by the Indian Tigers. They've won by 15 runs. They'll play the Australian Kangaroos in the final. And as I said, the Kangaroos did push the Indian Tigers last night. They won with an over left, chasing 153. So it should be a good contest, Grant, the way the Kangaroos played earlier today against the Lincoln Lions.
Yeah, they certainly played well, and it looks like they're sort of hitting their straps at the right time, doesn't it?
It does, and they got all aspects of their game right today. In the previous 2 games, the Kangaroos, their bowling and fielding good on the first day. They struggled with the bat. Yesterday, their batting was okay, their bowling was good early, and then it fell away in the back end along with the fielding. Today took some outstanding catches, restricted Sri Lanka to 111, had to make the runs in 80 balls and did it easily with just under 3 overs left. So that was a perfect performance today. But the Indian Tigers have generally produced, their batting not so good today, but generally produced close to perfect performances in their 3 matches.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's hard to actually string sort of 4 really strong innings together. So the nice thing for the Indian Tigers, maybe they're off the game today, and they're ready to go for the big game tomorrow night.
Looking forward to it, Grant. We'll certainly have your company there. Safe travels back to Brisbane and
Thank
safe
you.
travels back here tomorrow. Can't wait to see you again.
Thank you, Dan.
And we'll have Sue
Looking
Hart
forward to it.
with us tomorrow. It's been a long day, just starting to forget how to talk late in the evening. When I say late in the evening, it's not that late, but it's been a double-header game of cricket. So we look forward to tomorrow's final. It'll be between Australia and the Indian Tigers, the inaugural Under-19 ACL Championship being played at Noosa. Enjoy your evening.
The Indian Tigers taking on the Pakistani Sultans. As always, an India versus Pakistan contest that does not disappoint for the kind of cricket that we saw today. Absolutely brilliant, and that's what ACL Under-19 continues to bring. Hard luck today for the Pakistani Sultans, who played really well, to be honest, after winning the toss, choosing to bowl first, restricting India to 120, but in the end couldn't get the job done as the Indian bowlers stepped up today when the time was right. We have the two captains with us. We'll first speak to the captain who came second. Ran Farouk. Well, you must be mighty proud of the boys with the way they've responded. Let's just forget today's game, but the whole tournament.
Yeah, I reckon we've been bowling really good, batting pretty good. Just our fielding has just been sloppy this whole time. That's the main thing that we didn't do right.
At the halfway stage, 120 after winning the toss and putting India to bat first. You must be happy with that.
I reckon we had 5 for 20, so I thought we were going to bowl out for 80, 90. They let off 120, but we still had that, I reckon.
The early wickets, you got them, and then Hussain with the bat in hand. Hussain, a innings of highest caliber when it matters the most, isn't it?
Yeah, Hussain again, same as yesterday. He just made game changer. Just unlucky he couldn't pull it off again. I think we all just, most of us just batted slow. Only he batted like over 100 strike rate, so.
It's one of those games that didn't go your way. You must just say that perhaps and move on. And finally, a word on the coach as well and the management and how well they took care of you so that you could be the best on the field.
Yeah, the coach, everything, manager's been really good. They've been taking care of us. Training, food, everything. It's been really good.
Hard luck today, but all the best for the next season.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, a team that's entertained us thoroughly but will bow out today is Pakistani Sultans. Let's have a chat with the winning skipper. मनरूप सिंह, congratulations first of all. आज बहुत अलग तरीके की टेस्ट हुई थी आपके टीम की.
हाँ, जैसे हमने सोचा था कि 140 के प्लस स्कोर करेंगे, वो हो नहीं पाया था, लेकिन अकॉर्डिंग टू सिचुएशन सबने लास्ट में बहुत अच्छा किया कि हमने कवर अप किया. लास्ट में हमको था कि मे बी 100 के नीचे ना हम ऑल आउट हो जाएं, लेकिन अर्शदीप ने हिटिंग बीच में उसने अच्छे चौके मारे. मैंने भी बीच में थोड़ा सा नीचे से आगे रन किया. सबने मतलब अच्छा परफॉर्म किया और बॉलिंग में खास करके सबने अपना रोल पूरा किया, जिसकी वजह से हम मैच जीते हैं.
इस सतह के बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि इतनी स्विंग पहले हो रही थी लेकिन उसके बाद पेसर्स ने कायम रखी थी वो लाइन एंड लेंथ.
मेन इस विकेट पे था कि पहले 10 ओवर तो बॉल अच्छा स्विंग हो रहा था, कट भी रहा था बॉल, लेकिन बाद में ड्यू फैक्टर बीच में प्ले कर दिया, बॉल गीला हो गया था, फिर सीधा ही आ रहा था. फिर हमने प्लान चेंज किया कि अब स्विंग कराने नहीं जाएंगे, बैक ऑफ लाइन हिट करके डालेंगे, और प्लान कामयाब हुआ और हम मैच जीते हैं.
शरद लुम्बा, टीपी सिंह, जब इतने एक्सपीरियंस कोचेस होते हैं तो उन्होंने आपको क्या कहा था हाफ वे थ्रू? 120 बने थे बस.
उनकी वजह से हम जीत रहे हैं एक्चुअली मैचेस, क्योंकि उनका एक्सपीरियंस ये है जो हमको वो हमेशा 120 पे भी उन्होंने हमें बिलीव दिलाया कि तुम जीत सकते हो, क्योंकि खुद हाई लेवल पे खेले हैं. हमको भी मोटिवेट करते हैं कि तुम भी हाई लेवल पे खेलोगे और हम कर सकते हैं, और हमने किया, जीते हैं मैच हम.
बहुत बेहतरीन मुझे लगा कि पेसर्स ने बॉलिंग कराई, लेकिन इन पेसर्स की दुनिया में एक स्पिनर जो आज चमका है, प्रथम पाल सिंह, उनके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
यंगस्टर है, बहुत अच्छा बॉल डालता है. अभी मतलब बहुत अच्छा डाला. आज के मैच में भी इतना इजी नहीं था, स्पिनर को ग्रिप नहीं हो रहा था बॉल, और ऊपर से इतना घूम भी नहीं रहा था, लेकिन फिर भी उसने जिससे हमारे लिए इकोनॉमिकली बॉल डाला है, बहुत अच्छा लगा और अच्छा किया उसने. फाइनल में भी होपफुली अच्छा करेगा और जीते, हम फाइनल लेके जाएंगे घर.
अब तक इस टीम के पास हर सवाल का एक जवाब जरूर था. कल बेहतरीन मुकाबला होगा.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल होगा, आपको अच्छा मुकाबला देखने को मिलेगा कल भी.
ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द बिग फिनाले.
थैंक यू सर.
मनरूप सिंह, the winning skipper of Indian Tigers. It's time to give away some silverware. I request Paddy of Southeast Wealth, who's been a pillar of support to this tournament and many more when it comes to cricket. I request you to give away this beautiful trophy to a man who turned it around first with crucial runs with a bat in hand and then wickets towards the end as well. Manraj, it belongs to you. The player of the match, an all-round performance from Manraj. Manraj, congratulations first of all. It was terrific spell towards the end. What did the captain tell you? Because you were sort of prepared that you're going to be bowling the important overs today.
So, captain just said, just keep it simple. He knew they were going to go to the leg side, so keep it outside off and just believe in God. God does everything.
As far as those runs are concerned, it's not a regular Manraj kind of innings where you come in very flamboyant. We've seen so many innings of yours. Of course, we're pulling back the tapes and watching the Sydney innings as well. Today was a bit of a struggle, but again, it's what the team demanded you to be.
So, because we lost early wickets, I obviously needed to go in, rotate the strike, and that's what the team needed. So, that's it.
Your slow balls, you have very different kinds of slow balls. There are 6 deliveries in an over and you have 7 different kinds of slow balls.
So I just hold it tighter, so that makes the ball come out slower. Yeah.
Very difficult to pick, I'm very sure. Excited for the game tomorrow, and is this the role that we'll be seeing you tomorrow as well in bowling the crucial overs as well?
Of course, we might see a different role with the bat. Obviously, TP and Shard sir, they're obviously great coaches, so we back ourselves to win.
The trophy looks good on you, Manraj, and may this be the first of many more trophies to come.
Thank you.
Manraj, the player of the match. Well, that's all we got for you from the Indian Tigers versus Pakistani Sultans clash. We will meet you tomorrow with an all-important encounter. It's the grand finale of ACL Under-19. The Indian Tigers versus the Australian Kangaroos. We'll meet you tomorrow. Until then, take care of yourself.